Hello, good morning. Can you hear me? All good? All right. Why don't we get started here? We have a jam-packed agenda. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for giving up your Saturday. Excuse me. I'm fighting a little cold or getting over a cold, so hopefully I'm not hacking here all day. But welcome. I'm Bill Vitek. I'm senior principal with Dig Studio. We're land planners and urban designers. And I have the envious job of trying to keep us on track and on schedule today. So I know we're starting 5 minutes late, but I'm sure we can power through this. We've got a lot to go over. And I know Mayor Sierra said if we don't get through this, he's going to call a special session tomorrow around 3:30 and have us all come back. No one's got anything going on tomorrow at 3:30, do you? All right. But hopefully this is a very interactive session today. And let's say we have a lot to go through, but I'm confident that this group will have a lot of good, creative, collaborative ideas. So with that, I'm just going to ask people, we're going to go around the room and ask everybody to introduce themselves. And I'll start here with Dan.
I'm Dan Caremba, Chief Redevelopment Officer, and I work in the Community Development Department.
Hillary Portel, Executive Director of the Inglewood Downtown Development.
Mark Tompkins with Great Library. We are consultants with the city on real estate. Troy Roberts with Northwood Public Finance. We are financial advisors for Inglewood Downtown Development.
Elizabeth Hayes, Ray Downtown Master. What marks that?
Okay, up here, Mayor.
Mayor, do we want to use the microphone so we can preserve the record?
Erica Zerke, Downtown Development Authority.
Jim Woodward, Inglewood City Council at Large.
Front. All right. Jim Hardiker, L&R Partners. I'm the team leader for the Western region of the United States, the Mississippi West, and I oversee all the properties and asset managers for the Western region.
Chelsea Camp, Inglewood City Council District 2.
John Vobaril, Long Range Senior Planner.
Hillary Graham, Legal Counsel to the Inglewood Downtown Development Authority. Amy Gallegos, the EDDA.
Joe Anderson, City Council District 3. Hugo Weinberger, EDDA.
Victor Rochelle, Public Works Director for the city.
Tamara Niles, City Attorney.
Stephen Ward, Mayor Pro Tem, District 4 Council Representative.
Brad Nixon, EDDA.
Rita Russells, Inglewood City Council Member at Large.
Diane Reinhardt, EDDA.
Good morning, Brad Power, Director of Community Development.
Cheryl Wink, Council Member at Large.
John Mitchell, REO Asset Manager, L&R Partners, Starwood.
Sean Lewis, City Manager.
And I'm Laurel Ray from the Dig Studio.
And Brian Sotography, Urban Designer with Dig Studio.
Okay. Thank you. Welcome, everyone. So a little bit more about our process today. You all have a detailed agenda at your table seat. But in terms of the general structure of what we're going to cover, we basically have 9 sections set up today to cover these topics. And at the end of each one of these sections, we'll have an opportunity for dialogue. So if we can kind of keep our questions and conversation, promise they're all not going to be too long, but we'll have that moment at the end of each section to have interaction. So if you please hold, again, questions to those pause points, if you will. We also have some scheduled breaks scheduled in at mid-morning. We have lunch, and then we also have a break in the afternoon. But if at any time you need to get up and go take a restroom break, the restrooms in the hallway are closed, but go into the Outdoor Museum of Arts. The restrooms in there are open for us to use today. So with that, any questions on the agenda from anyone? Wow, okay, let's get rolling. Dan, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Bill. Geez, impressive getting all 3 stakeholder groups here in total. We have one missing member, Blake Calvert, and he's flying in this morning and will join us a bit later. So welcome again to the 3 stakeholder groups, and they are the City Council for the City of Inglewood, the Inglewood Downtown Development Authority, and L&R Partners. And we'll explain kind of the relative roles as we go along. But again, on behalf of city and DDA staff and consultants, thank you for your time today. Of course, it's Super Bowl Saturday, Valentine's Saturday, and the nicest day of the year so far. So especially valuable that you're here. Some quick context. This joint planning session is a reset opportunity following the withdrawal of the city's master development partner, SKB Triba, late last year. As you'll remember, they were the redevelopment partner for the city center core area. I think it's important to keep in mind that in these public-private partnerships, it's not at all unusual to work through 1, 2, 3, 4, or more potential development partners before the local municipality finds the right match. And this is often related to the education and consensus building process with the stakeholders. It's an ongoing process. So just by way of reference, the city property, which we've used this illustration now for several years, in blue, and the LNR property in red. LNR represents the bondholders that foreclosed on that property in 2018. The blue property is either owned or leased by the city or the Inglewood Environmental Foundation. Interestingly, both pieces of property are approximately 11 acres, so the total is about 22 acres. An overview comment, the governing zoning, planning documents, and redevelopment constraints, which we'll talk about for both properties, really define city center as a high-density, mixed-use, transit-oriented neighborhood, and we'll take that as a guideline as we work through the day. The redevelopment constraints are outlined in the briefing memo, which was emailed to everyone this past week. There are hard copies that are available at the back if you care to refer to that during the course of the day. The constraints also underscore the need for a master developer to bring their coordination expertise, project management expertise, and of course, a lot of project capital. And so that's also very much of a given for this situation, and we can discuss that as needed. Next slide, related to project goals and outcomes. Very simply, the project goal for today is to try to arrive at a revised redevelopment concept plan for the city center core area. And this is going to be based in part, and you'll see a lot of the past concept plan materials around the room, because that's kind of the starting point. And some of the initial questions that you all were involved in answering for Dig Studio, who's facilitating today, as well as the redrawing of the plans, is what did you like or not like about those plans, and can revisions accommodate those desires? It's important to know that if the consensus plan is achieved, it would then be utilized on a national basis for a marketing effort to seek a replacement buyer and master developer. That party, the preferred master developer and buyer, would still have to go through the process of vetting their redevelopment plans with all three entities, City Council, DDA Board, as well as LNR. Without a concept plan, and we'll let the LNR representatives talk a little bit more about this during the course of the day, it's most likely that they would sell their property, the property in red, outright. That would follow, most likely, some lease-up activities. But because of the lease-up activities and because of the likely buyers for that property, the most likely scenario is that it puts off redevelopment for both that property and the city property, probably at least by a decade. And then just in terms of the next slide, talking about some of the trade-offs, I think it's important to keep in mind redevelopment of the city property on this parcel, the Civic Center parcel, requires inclusion of several key pieces that are owned and controlled by LNR. Getting control of those requires termination of the ground lease and ultimately replacement of the Civic Center building and garage. L&R's ability to sell their property at their target break-even price requires ground lease termination by the city to position that property for redevelopment. City termination of the ground lease requires that City Council and EDDA board members acquire a comfort level with the costs and benefits of redevelopment, and those are both monetary and non-monetary. And then finally, attraction of a replacement buyer, master developer for both properties will most likely require a strong signal from the City Council and the DDA board about a willingness to ultimately provide public financing and public investment. So we have a win-win-win redevelopment discussion opportunity today, and I'll turn it back to Dig Studio. Thanks again.
Thanks, Dan. So what we're going to focus on today, as Dan mentioned, is really on this diagram here, kind of the elements on the left side, collaboration, consensus, and a revised vision for the plan, and more in the physical sense of that, you know, where are streets, where buildings go, where's open space. There are all these other components that feed into successful implementation of that vision, which are more legal and financial, such as the ground lease, purchase sale agreement, development agreements, et cetera. And those will have some secondary influence or input today, but I wanted to stress so that really our time with you all today is focusing more on the physical aspects of the plan, but it's very important for you to all understand the different background components that go into the overall vision and the next steps here. So, next, please. So our redevelopment process diagram here is really just trying to say very simply that there are three major components. There are the collaborators, which is everybody here in the room today, as well as members of the public. And there is a symbiotic relationship between the collaborators, L&R, EDDA, and certainly the City of Englewood. And then obviously, as we get to next steps, the broader community input, public input into this process. But the idea is that these collaborators are those that are really kind of in our challenge here today is kind of vision that new goal or envision the actions that are needed to support the new goal, which Dan again is very well articulated in the briefing memo about creating a successful redevelopment of City Center, you know, the big overall overarching goal. And to do that, you know, we've kind of viewed these component pieces as kind of the building blocks. What are the things that have to happen to support this overall goal of a redeveloped vision for City Center? And we broke these out, and a lot of these came from the listening sessions that we had with all of you in terms of what are the key components. But we broke these out into these building blocks of physical attributes on the left, so things like the open space, building, density, et cetera. The community benefits in terms of what is local identity, key components of a plan such as affordable housing, fiscal and economic benefits. And then the last kind of series of building blocks are the financial and legal considerations that go into supporting this overall goal of a revised new plan for City Center. So, we'd stop and pause at these break sections. So I want to just stop here and ask if anybody has any questions regarding the diagrams, anything that was in Dan's briefing memo, anything about the past steps of how we got to where we are today. So I'll just pause there and see if there's anything else that we're missing, or anybody have any questions about this so far.
I know this is going to seem anticlimactic, but I just want to make sure your microphone that you're talking into is turned on.
Okay.
I'm not sure it is. I don't know for sure, but I want to make sure that we get the recording.
See a green light.
Okay.
Is it up?
I wasn't hearing it, so
okay.
I want to make sure.
I'll
Thank
speak
you.
louder. Okay. All right. Thoughts, comments? Does this seem the right goals? Does this seem the right game plan ahead today? Yes.
I have a question about something I read in the packet, that Dig Studios met at the city's council strategic planning session with stakeholders. Is that accurate?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question?
In the packet
Yeah.
that we received today, it said that stakeholders met with,
Yes, okay.
with Dig Studios at the city council strategic planning session.
We were at, 3 weeks ago, we were at the city council session, just to give a brief overview of what our work has been done to date, and setting up for this collective session with everybody here today. Up until really even just a couple of weeks ago, we were doing what we referred to as a series of listening sessions, where we had one-on-one phone calls, a few face-to-face meetings, where we, probably not everyone in terms of the stakeholder group here, but a good portion of people on the EDDA, representatives of LNR, as well as city council. We just had some informal questions, listening with them, particularly focused around what they did or did not like about the previous SKB plan.
So I would like city council members to weigh in if they met with you informally, individually. So I would like that on the record now. Thank you.
Okay. All right. And we have a summary of that coming up in our next steps here in terms of the collective feedback that we heard. Okay.
I'm interested in the collective feedback, but I'm also interested in which city council members met with Dig Studios.
Councilwoman,
Dan,
to answer your question, none of the city council members met individually with Dig Studio. You may remember there was some discussion about that. It was hoped that that could have been orchestrated, but the follow-up plan, the backup plan, was for them to collect feedback from council members at council retreat. So there were no individual meetings.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. I would like the mayor to weigh in, though. He was going to say something.
Actually, I was going to say something very similar in terms of just seeing if anybody did meet individually, just to say something, but I didn't think that any city council members were going to meet individually, so.
Yeah, I stand corrected on that. The only interaction we had with council was at that work session 3 weeks ago, where we gave a feedback of what we have been doing today. So,
Thank you.
yeah. Sorry for my lack of memory there. Okay. All right. Other thoughts, questions?
Yeah, I have a thought about this graphic that's on the screen right now. I think that the Venn diagram is lovely, and it shows kind of what's happening in this meeting and throughout the process, but the public input, I think we need to remember that the community is the primary stakeholder in this, and so I would invite all of us to really focus on how that overlays with everything that we're doing. So what the public thinks is very important to the process.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Eric. It's good. That's a really good point. And we see that role of the public input really ramping up into the next steps, as a result of kind of feedback and direction that we get from this process to date. So, okay. Other thoughts, questions? Yeah, Cheryl?
I greatly value the point from Erica. I'm hoping and sort of thinking that the premise behind the Venn diagram was the piece of the public input. Maybe I'm wrong, but on the side is absolutely supporting the understanding that the city of Englewood, to include the 7 council members and the leadership team, are absolutely representing the interests of the public. And so I just don't want that notion to be lost, that we do drive our decisions in any, the support of any methodology we apply to the decisions we make from what the public wants. And yeah, so maybe the diagram can be a little bit modified, but I just want to add that. And you're absolutely right, but I do, that's my feeling as a council member, that was absolutely thought of in that piece of it. Yeah? Thanks.
Thank you. Other thoughts?
We have
Comments?
two groups of
Yes, sir.
stakeholders that are identified on this diagram, RTD and Walmart, that aren't present today. Is there a reason for that, or have we had discussions with them, or are we waiting to get a plan before we present it to them? If we need their buy-in, it seems like it would be good for us to have early discussions with them.
Yeah, we see that as a next step after, again, this is a process, and we see that as a next step after we kind of get through today and get hopefully a consensus on a framework for a physical plan, which we would then engage those entities in the next evolution of the plan. Okay. Yeah, John.
They would like to see it. So we have to wait until we have a plan before we would present it to them, so.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Anything else? Comments on this? Okay. Let's move along. I love this quote from Jan Gehl. He's, I don't know if you don't know him, he's kind of one of the leading planners in the world today, and I thought this was kind of an appropriate statement for what we hope and envision that the part of downtown Englewood can become, or all of downtown Englewood can become. Okay. All right. So, listening session feedback. This is, and again, my apologies, I'm misspeaking about talking individually with council members. We did not do that, but we did talk with members of EDDA and LNR, and this was the feedback in terms of a summary form of what we heard. And I've actually got some breaking news for you here, which was there was a lot of consensus about these points, and there was very few divergent points of view. I would say that you're all very much in alignment in terms of what you would like to see the next iteration and version of City Center become. And if there was one kind of really clear theme that emerged, was really that first bullet under process and financing was the need for more collaboration. And there was a sense that people weren't, entities, groups weren't talking to one another. And that includes, you know, the landowner to EDDA, to the city, to the community, to really a primary focus, I think, of what we're trying to achieve today, as well as what we want to achieve moving forward. To your point, Cheryl, about getting the community involved too, is just more collaboration, more communication. So by far, that was one of the top themes that emerged from all the things we heard from those individual listening sessions. Timing and the need for, I will say, patience kind of balanced with urgency in terms of how this process moves along was another key kind of element of feedback that we heard of how this fast or how slow this process works together, and that the need of interested parties on both sides to make that kind of come together and make that work. Clear use of the EDDA funds and mechanisms now that the EDDA has been set up in terms of what are the community benefits that would be looked at potential for in terms of funding from those from that entity. Moving to identity, really everybody said, what makes Englewood unique? What is this elusive sense of Englewood is? And there was a lot of things of looking to the past, but there was a lot of themes or messages of saying looking to the future, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. But there was certainly a sense of a spirit and a character of Englewood that everybody was very proud of. A highly visible place that provides a reason to visit. You know, right now it's, you know, unless you're coming to City Hall or you live here, you know, it's kind of a big box experience, right? I mean, it's really mostly all retail focused, but people wanted more reasons, more opportunities, more reasons to come, not just once, but come back and come back and come back again. Mobility and the need for connections. was again a very clear theme in terms of not thinking of city center as a bubble. And it's, you access it off Hamden, you get off of Santa Fe, but think about how it works together and stretches all the way east, not only to South Broadway, but beyond when you get to the medical district. Certainly the need for parking strategy that entails the realities of what's going on with RTD and in current structure of that agreement. But the fact that there is just a lot of surface parking on the city center site itself. We see a great opportunity, and people picked up on this as well, in terms of leveraging open space and connectivity to the Platte River Trail, to Little Dry Creek. That is a real key component that people are looking for in urban living today is open space and trail connectivity. And again, the way that we're situated here, we think there's a great opportunity. And then land use and public realm, affordable housing was clearly a theme. How much, what percentage for rent, what percentage for purchase. That was definitely one of the very top consensus themes. And the need to think about city center being more dense, that there's an opportunity here that, doesn't come along in a lot of cities, quite frankly, we do this work in other places where you have some more consolidated land ownership or control by a few entities that allows for the potential of thinking about more density. And we all are related to the point above about affordability. I think we're all very keenly aware of the need for more affordable housing, not just in Englewood, but in the Denver Metroplex as a whole. And then I would say that there was almost unanimous consensus on this building that it was time to move on, that the use and the efficiency and the scale, or the scale relative to the efficient use of this building is no longer serving the City Hall needs. And that although it's a vestige and a connection to Cinderella City in the past, I think there was pretty unanimous consensus that it was time to think differently about this building and a new City Hall opportunity. And then lastly, the need for a central open space, something that could be an identifiable park, an open space, a plaza, something that is iconic to the community, is one of those postcard images of when you think about Englewood in the next 10 years, you might think of this park, this fountain, this art show, this this opportunity of coming together and finding a really community focused space. So those were the very they're certainly not simple because they're all layered together, but again, they were almost unanimous in terms of the feedback that we got from people in terms of the top goals and visions of what we'd like to see. So pause here. What else is missing from this list? What else is, or what may you not, be on your individual top list? I just want to pause there and get some feedback and reaction to your thoughts on that.
I have a question. I'll lead us off here. One of the things that we've talked about a lot in this space that I don't see represented here is the idea of a hotel and more kind of like tourism facilitation. Is that captured in one of these more broad sections?
We're going to talk about that when we get to the land use. But specific to, like, again, just what we heard, I would say we were probably maybe a little split in terms of what the individual said about hotel, no hotel. I mean, some saw benefit of it, some thought it should be in the medical district, some thought it could even be more of a boutique style hotel on South Broadway. So I think there's support for the idea of a hotel. I think the question is more about where does the hotel go?
It's very helpful context. Thank you.
Bill?
Yeah, Dan.
I'd like to, look to our L&R visitors to talk a little bit about timing, because we've had a lot of discussions about timing, and it really impacts, the process here. And I think it's important for everybody to understand how you all look at timing, what kind of time frame you're dealing with as a special servicer
for the bondholder debt.
Okay, I'll take
Thanks.
that.
We'd like to move faster than slower. This property has not been thriving, to say the least, over the last several years. The sooner you can get to shovels in the ground and a different iteration of it, I think, is the better. This session, site plan is going to be important to us to understand what it is that the vision is for the city, and we think it's feasible. Oh, I'm sorry. Realistic, feasible, and understand, if it is, what the market will be for that. And I think that's our goal today, is to work on a site plan that collaboratively we agree will work for the future. And if it is something we'll try to push forward with, working towards finding that future master developer to build and start sooner than later. So, we don't want to continue to hold it the way it has been for a long time. That's why we're here on a Saturday. We want to push this forward, so.
I'd like to weigh in a little bit on some of these, since city council didn't meet with these listening sessions, which I think was the right decision, but we also haven't, really had a chance to weigh in. And I see a couple of things here that I would tweak just a little bit, and I think you can put me on the, you said you had almost unanimous consensus from the DDA on relocating City Hall or demoing this particular building. I would put me on the non-unanimous side of that. I'm not sold on that at all. I'm open to it. But I would like, when we do the national search for development partners, that they know that, at least from my perspective, and I'd be interested in other people weighing in on this, that if they send us back a workable plan that keeps this building, whether it's for City Hall use or whether it's adaptive reuse, to me, that moves to the top of the list. Because that's it's a money, potential money saver, and then it's also preserving a historical building. It doesn't mean that it's going to be the best plan or the one we select, but in terms of my own evaluation of it, somebody sends in a workable plan that keeps this building, I think that's great. And I don't want to just decide up front before we go do the national search that that's off the table. We're planning on demoing this building. Because I don't think the citizens of Inglewood would be happy with that idea. But if we did do a national search and we got no concept plans back that included this building, we'd say, hey, we wanted to keep it, but all our potential redevelopment partners just said, no, that's not on the table. That's what I want to be able to tell the citizens of Inglewood, is we tried to find somebody who could reuse this building in the future. So. And I also think the potential there of reducing the public investment costs by not demoing the building, that's an expensive process, plus all the roads that would have to be rebuilt within this area. There's a potential there, and I don't want to just write that off from the very beginning. The other thing I see on here is the parking strategy that accommodates development and RTD. I would say yes to that, but would add that minimizes the required parking. We have, I think, under the current RTD requirement, and potentially even the parking requirements that we have in our zoning for this district are too high. And I would like to absolutely minimize the amount, make this a super walkable area. We do need, obviously we're going to need some parking, but how do we get that down? Because that's one, again, it makes for a more walkable, more enjoyable area. But also it's going to reduce our final cost if we don't have to put in a huge parking structure. So those are my two tweaks. Otherwise, I agree with all of this, and I'd love to hear other people weigh in on those two issues or any others.
Okay, thank you.
I'll weigh in and say that I also support the exploration of adaptive reuse of this building. I find the arguments for demolishing it compelling. I haven't heard the arguments for the other side. And because this is a very big decision where we are representing our community, knowing that we have explored that option, at least to some extent, is helpful in making the right decision here. But I also want to balance that desire with the very clear kind of urgency needs of our partners who are here with us today. And I'm hoping we can strike the right balance of not leaving a stone unturned, but also not delaying the process unnecessarily.
I think one of my primary concerns is good stewardship of public assets. And I largely concur with my colleague, Councilmember Anderson. with the exception of parking, a discussion that we've had a number of times, we're just not on the same page there. I'm willing to hear more about it, but I like to go places where I can park. So that's just a personal preference. We have a city hall that we're sitting in right now that the citizens just spent 25 years paying off, and we don't have debt on it. So our next step to demolish it and build something new with more public money doesn't seem like great stewardship to me. And that's causing me some heartburn.
I have an opinion on the building that's different than my colleagues. I think this is really a great building site and building for a department store, which it was built for. And it doesn't lay out very well for offices. It is not very efficient. And I think there's better uses that could come along for this particular site. Much better uses. And so a relocation next door or something else would be much, much more efficient. And over time, a whole lot more efficient just on utilities, that sort of thing. So I have a little different of opinion on it. Thank you.
I would like to weigh in also. I do agree with the adaptive reuse and the fact that the building is paid off and the citizens, it was interesting in the last couple of years, the citizens have said that this is one of the historic buildings in Inglewood, which is incredibly sad because I don't see it as a historic building, but in essence, they're right. All the other historical buildings in the city have been torn down. And so I would lean more to preserving the building. I believe you would get more citizen buy-in to that and at least adaptive reuse. And I would like to weigh in on the parking also. I saw in the plans that doing building and not so much flat ground parking, I would be open for that. But my one concern in not providing parking relatively close to this area is if we're doing retail spaces on the bottom floor, if there is no parking, people will not come from outside the city to shop here. And that's what we need. That's why Cinderella City was so effective, because so many people came in from the outside. So I would like to make sure that we can accommodate that also. Thank you.
Yes.
I might be the lone voice on the DDA side that feels this way, but I also support trying to reuse this building if possible.
Dan?
I think just for all the stakeholders' consideration over the balance of the day, I'd just like to reiterate something that was presented in the SKB Triba concept plans. Two key elements. One is because this building was originally designed as a department store, structurally, there's not very much that can be done with it on an economic basis. That's just a given, and Triba did a very detailed analysis of trying to break this building into different uses, which has been something that's been talked about in the community. And as a practical matter, it's really not feasible physically or cost-wise. More important than that, though, I think to keep in mind the building and the garage, their footprints on this Civic Center site, which is labeled as Parcel B, basically unlock the vertical development potential of this site, which unlocks the monetary value for the city, which unlocks the ability to build this as a really vibrant redevelopment. So just so everybody's aware, as we keep this building, basically it eliminates most of the redevelopment potential of this block. And arguably then it starts to dismember the redevelopment of the city property and the LNR property together. That's fine. If that's a value judgment of the council and the EDTA, that's fine. I think it's just really important to keep that in mind. And certainly we could go out with a developer RFP that said, as an alternative, Mr., Mr. or Mrs. Developer, we'd like you to respond to the city's desire to look at alternatives for this building, and is there any way that you could develop this site and keep the building, perhaps develop, where the parking structure is, but it's gonna be a stretch, just so that we're all aware of that.
I want to just weigh in on that again. I understand the argument, and if that turns out to be the case, then that's fine. I think that, if we're starting from SKB and Triba said it's not going to work, that's different from putting out a national plan that says, hey, any plans that can make this financially productive and keep the Civic Center are going to receive especially close attention. Because I think maybe there's somebody out there that can do it. Obviously SKB Triba didn't think they could, but I think there are developers out there who specialize in that. And I'm not convinced that it cuts off the redevelopment potential. It would change the shapes of the buildings that would go into those areas, and require some different structuring of the roads. And maybe I'm wrong, but hey, I think it's worth a try to put that out there. So that's my only add-on to that is let's get the developers to at least consider that option and consider it as a prioritized potential option.
I would say, Joe, certainly we could structure an RFP that way, but as time allows, take a look at, I think it's sheet 4 of Exhibit 3 to the briefing memo. It shows specifically how the footprint of this building and the parking structure overlaps the vertical development that had been proposed on site. And you'll see that essentially it eliminates essentially all of that. So just something to be in mind of.
Mr. Prima, you made reference to a report that Triba did on adaptive reuse. I'm sure that it would probably look like a bunch of gobbledygook to me, but I'd be interested in seeing it if we have it on file.
We'll see if we can find that analysis.
Just to chime in as well as a local property owner and developer, I think that the thought of keeping the building and the cost reduction is a good one. I think if a developer can come up with a plan that it should be evaluated. I will say that the way that the building's positioned, the fact that this is your main A++ real estate off the light rail that needs to be a catalytic draw, bringing people to the area, and you're going to be stuck with the confines of this building. And the issue is it was built as a mall, and I can tell you that although the city's paid it off, that the occupancy cost of running a building like this for the square footage of office space that's really needed is very high compared to a newer, more efficient type of building that I think that, City Hall or that could be built and replaced here. And so I think that it's great to evaluate all the different alternatives, but I really do think that if we're keeping this building, you're limiting the redevelopment potential and the scope of the redevelopment that could happen in the area. And I think that, the reason we're all gathered here today is to find a master redeveloper to bring catalytic development that changes and connects the area and flows through to the rest of the city. And with this building remaining will be a limiting factor for a lot of those parties. So I'm just...
I'd just like to add in that one of our board's key priorities is to respond to the pressing need for housing opportunities for middle-income workers in this community. And in order to build workforce housing in a project like this, it typically needs to be done on publicly owned land because there are trade-offs. It is shown on page 26, workforce housing in the parcel where the parking structure currently is. Typically, it would occur near transit access because you want your workers to have access to transit. But, one trade-off here could be if this building is redeveloped, how many new homes for rent and for ownership could we build for area teachers, nurses, police officers, restaurant managers, and firefighters?
Other thoughts, other comments? Anything else that's missing? I do want to point out that this afternoon, we're actually going to roll out the plans, roll out the trace paper, and we're going to be drawing. And some of those drawing alternatives will take into consideration all this feedback we're getting, well, it's good feedback that we're getting right now. So that's kind of like, yet to come today. So we're going to have that opportunity to physically begin to sketch what that might look like in terms of this feedback, with or without this building. So thank you for all that. All right. Anything else on kind of common themes or other items that people felt that maybe were missing, even if it was one person that felt something up here is missing? No? Okay. All right. We'll move ahead then. We had a little break scheduled, but I think we can keep going through and do the next section and do the break after, because we'll do a break at 10:30. Okay. But, so this is actually a really good lead into this next image that we have here, which is the site history and context. And wanted to take a little bit of a walk down memory row, if you will, of the history of the site. So the image on the left, 1953, was a city park. There were some vestiges of small single-family detached housing, some little vestiges of some industrial uses, but for the most part, the site back in 1953 was a park. And Little Dry Creek came through, meandered through the park, and then eventually went out and connected to the Platte. 1993, 40 years later, Cinderella City came along in terms of, a really big, bold move, right? I mean, that was the advent of people moving to the suburbs, everybody being kind of automobile-based, the regional mall, that was the big attraction. So, the interior mall with associated other retail and lots of parking around it in terms of ease of access. So, at the time, that was a very big move and undertaking when that happened. And then, forward from that, from the closing of Cinderella City to 2000, with the advent of in a sense, the plan that we have today of City Center, which is keeping of this building. But with the coming of light rail, TOD really became, the prominent driver of the site. That was, this was really viewed on a national basis as kind of a model for what TOD could become back in 2000 when this first opened up. I think people would maybe think differently about what TOD has evolved to today in terms of the importance of different types of land uses. But, it was another big move to go on from the mall, reconfigure, parts of the old Cinderella City site, and evolve to what we have here today in terms of this first generation of kind of TOD type of project and neighborhood development. So I think really what we want to get into this afternoon with you is what is the next version, right? What is City Center 3.0? We know where it's come, we know where we're at, what does it look like? And that's what we'll talk about this afternoon as we start to draw with you. But I don't know if anybody has any reflections on just the evolution of the site. I mean, in some ways, it shows that city has been open to change, has been open to thinking big, trying new things. And I think we're kind of at that precipice point again right now where, we're looking to a vision for the next 40 years and what can really the opportunity and vision for this site be moving forward. So, any thoughts?
I would just like to say, I've been here for most of that time. And I've seen all of the changes. One correction though, Cinderella City was not built in 93, it was built probably in 67 or 68. And I was in high school at the time, but I think there was a huge battle wanting to take this to City Center because and so when we've done redevelopment in the past, it hasn't just been really easy, there is struggle with the community, and I think that probably we're experiencing that a little bit even now in wanting to change. So anyway, I've seen a lot of change in Inglewood, and I'm okay for change, but I'm not sure it's going to be an easy battle, which we've already seen so far. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
I believe that one of the biggest problems we found after the fact was where the parking was located. From the light rail, people coming in from light rail immediately moved north to the parking lot or to this building for the parking. They never get to the retail. They get to as far as Nixon's to get coffee. And so the retail here down into the LNR properties there were really people coming in their cars, not people utilizing light rail. And one of the things I think we've got to really be looking at is how to drive people down from light rail down to their parking places down there. So they are, if we have retail along here, and I think the buildings that are being planned have first floor retail, that's the places where we want them to go, where we'd like to see them support those retailers. So that's an observation that goes back into the late 2008, 2010, when Fast Tracks did that revote on, or that additional vote, I believe it was in 2003 or 2004, and more parking was looked at here. And one of the things we looked at and considered on the south portion of Walmart's lots there, the very south, of doing some sort of structure there to meet the Walmart and to meet the new RTD parking that was called out for in that vote that has never been met. And I think in any negotiations with RTD, that's got to be remembered and discussed and brought up. Not that we're looking for it, but just reminding them, hey, it's there, and the voters voted for it, and the citizens in Inglewood are paying for it. And with that, some of the design here that I have seen, I like, because it does drive people down to the retail.
One thing I want to highlight is that when I speak to our residents who have been here for a long time, even my own family, my parents' generation, grandparents' generation, the heyday of Cinderella City was such a source of pride for this community. It put us on the map. People knew what Inglewood was. It was this incredible kind of regional good that Inglewood was proud of. And when we look at this space today, it is not a source of community pride. And I think a resurrection of that would be a really powerful thing to invest back into this community, and that this space would maintain a unique sense of place, that it doesn't just kind of blend into the rest of the community, but it really is a city center that has unique goods and attractions for this community that we play off and kind of bring back that sense of pride from the Cinderella City days.
That's awesome. I love that. The Cinderella City, what would have been great is having a light rail, and people could take the light rail and get off and go to the mall. Right now, we have a TOD site, and why is someone stopping in Englewood to get off at the light rail, to go to City Hall, to walk to Walmart? And so what can we bring to the area that can be a reason to come to Englewood and shop in Englewood and walk through the retail corridor and stay and want to live here? It is like how do you have a Cinderella City again, or something that isn't, and I think that we'll get to it, but, something in the SKB Triva plan is a lot of apartment units and an office building and maybe a hotel, but what's that reason in that plan that is exciting that, wants all of us to put a lot of public investment behind. But I think it's something that's catalytic makes it, gives a reason.
Others? Any other thoughts? The history. Okay. Let's keep rolling here. The other, all these things begin to layer into one another, right? So kind of where the site has come, where it's evolved, and kind of what is, again, the framework for moving forward. So we, Dig Studio, were part of the team that was involved in the formation and writing of the Englewood Downtown Plan that was adopted just a couple of years ago that led to the formation of the EDDA. And so we have a lot of that background knowledge about the big ideas behind that plan. And one of the things that we've always said about downtown Englewood is that it's not just Old South Broadway, it's not just City Center, it's not the medical district. It's really all three of those, if you will, neighborhoods within downtown working together in a very symbiotic way in terms of where people can live, where people can work, where people can shop, where can be those points of, in moments of community pride, where is open space. So that was really kind of an overall driving goal and vision of the downtown plan, was to think about downtown in terms of these interconnected neighborhoods. And, I think that's very much in keeping with what Englewood is in terms of, Englewood is not, again, just Old South Broadway. I mean, there's Arapahoe Acres, and there's other, older parts of neighborhoods of Englewood. It's really this wonderful kind of melding and coming together all these different aspects that I think people think about Englewood and think about, what makes it kind of rich and very interesting place. The other thing is, again, was really important is the connectivity of these areas, and even within City Center. And I know we're focused on kind of the west end of City Center, but there are some other areas, even before we get to the east, before we get to Old South Broadway, that have some other projects and studies going on that we want to make you aware of as well. And we're going to talk about those in a second. But I think it's also important to look at the 8 kind of big overall arching ideas behind the downtown plan were these, and this is directly from that plan. And we're going to read all of these, and hopefully you've all read this plan many times over and over. But I think there is probably 6 of these 8 big ideas are really can all be embraced and embodied within what the next evolution of City Center is in terms of vibrancy, infill, connectedness, et cetera. So point of all this is that we're really building upon the big vision of the downtown plan and now getting down into the different districts. The city's looking at Old Hamden, medical district's got a lot of things going on. South Broadway and improvements along there are beginning to take shape. And then there are other improvements within the overall City Center area between here and South Broadway that are also going on. And so to that point, I did want to have some of our other colleague consultants come up and share some of that, but I did want to focus on this one image of downtown City Center, which I think is really powerful in terms of being real about what's here today. So all the orange that you see on this drawing is parking. That is all parking, whether surface or structured, but it's all parking. The red color, maybe call it that. The orange identifies some buildings that are vacant and are of no current use. And then if you even think about the areas that, again, that are beyond to the east before you get to Broadway, that sense of just fields of parking is even more heightened and increased. So if you really think about what City Center can become in the long run, we have it as an opportunity because we think that those massive fields of parking are actually opportunities to create density, to create vibrancy, to create places where people live, to address affordable housing, to address the need for more parks and open space. So as a planner, you know, we always like to think we're a bird in the sky and look down on these things, but this was just a really telling diagram to us in terms of, if you really think about what's here today, this is what you got. And I think it really opens up a lot of opportunity for what it can be in the future. So, any thoughts, comments on this? Or actually, let's keep going. Beth Vogelsang from OV Consulting has joined us. Beth is a transportation planner and is was part of our team on the downtown plan, and was currently working on some studies for the city as part of the CDOT grant, right, Beth? So, okay, so come on up, and we want to get you recorded, so come on up. And I want Beth, and then Hillary's going to talk about a couple other plans that are going on that, again, are not, that will have some impact and connection to what we're talking about here at City Center. Beth, go ahead.
Great, hi, nice to meet you all. So, so one of the studies we have going on, and John is managing this for us, is this DRCOG multimodal corridor study. And so one of the things we're looking at as you guys are thinking about this redevelopment is what is happening in the area and what is the role of Inglewood Parkway in the new future of this area. So this map just illustrates kind of a combination diagram of all the different things that have been taking place. So the walk and wheel study, the update to that we did recently, the downtown plan, the purple circles are the gateways or primary entrances to this area, how we want to think about those sites. We have in dash black there along the bottom, that's the Hamden study that's going on, which is thinking about vehicular movement through the area and what improvements need to take place to ensure safety of pedestrian crossings and vehicular movement combined. And then we have a lot of different bike and pedestrian nodes. You can see it with those little symbols, meaning these are the places that have been identified through other plans that are important to reconnecting this site to the surrounding area. So in the center of all that, you'll see a black line, just that's our Inglewood Parkway. But what's really interesting to us, and as you guys think about what this new node is here by the station, is what is that connection? It doesn't need to be primarily vehicular. Maybe we de-emphasize vehicular and we emphasize pedestrians and bikes. Maybe it's a street-lined Main Street. Maybe it's a trail as well. You know, so how do we start to integrate what we're thinking of on the Parkway and this link to kind of pull together the barbell that we have today on South Broadway and the station? So that's what this study is. Basically, this just, we don't really have to spend much time here, but our goals are at the bottom there is to analyze all the previous documents and really understand what is happening through the whole area, develop short-term improvements or strategies that might make a difference in the near term through that vast parking lot that Dig was describing. So we'll work with you on that. And then also this long-term vision, and that will tie directly to where you guys head this afternoon. We will have some public involvement through our process just to get that feedback, and that will come later. And then we'll get to plan sets and approvals and recommendations on where this might go. So just another key in your whole thinking. And I think, see what's left on there. Yeah, this just gets into a little more. So one of the things in terms of short-term alternatives and even our long-term vision is we need to get some consistency in our facility type along Inglewood Parkway. We have a whole host of things out there today, so even including the signals. So just creating that continuity and visibility and recognition for all users, even if they're on foot, and ensuring comfort and safety. And then just going to the long-term column, some of the ideas that might tie in for you guys are this notion of trail-oriented development. And that might be something, not only are we thinking about the station, but how do we re-green some of this parking lot space? Do we make Inglewood Parkway a link in that green system as well? Do we tie into Little Dry Creek and some of the work being done there? And how do we just think about all that? And so that's really what I had. Hopefully, it's a big piece of the overall enhanced placemaking. Questions, or I guess that's good? Okay, awesome.
We're going to come back around questions about site and kind of physical attributes, but I also wanted Hillary to come up now and talk about some of the two other studies that are going on related to, that impact the city core area. City center.
Okay, so the Inglewood Downtown Plan talks a lot about multimodal connections and placemaking as an economic development strategy. It recommends looking into a new greenway connection between the Little Dry Creek Park and the South Platte River. Our board really wanted to investigate that idea because it could create a major new amenity through the city center area, connecting everybody to the river, to transit, to South Broadway shopping, dining destinations, et cetera. And so we commissioned a preliminary feasibility study that's underway right now. Next slide, please. Am I the next slide person? Oh, okay. There are many potential benefits to a project like this. It would provide a major east-west connection between the city center new neighborhood, which could have thousands of new residents in the next 10 years, right? To shopping, dining, and services on South Broadway, as well as connecting into the new multimodal path that's being planned along Old Hamden in the Wellness District. It provides a new community amenity in a growing area. It would provide a connection to the regional trail system. We just figured this out the other day, connecting the South Platte River to the Clarkson Bikeway and the Big Dry Creek Trail. So big loop this way. Plus you could go off onto the Highline Canal. That's a destination for recreationalists around the metro area to come out and do a loop like this. Lots of sustainability benefits as well. New green space, new tree canopy in a heat island in an area that is now 95% impermeable. In terms of economic development, a trail amenity like this can be a catalyst. It can support property values of adjacent properties and properties that the trail might actually go over. Research suggests that it could increase property values by about 10%. Next slide, please. So this is the existing condition today. The Little Dry Creek was buried in two phases in the 1960s and the 1980s. There's now a very large culvert underground that is about 12 feet high by 18 feet wide and 3,600 feet long. There's a 40-foot wide easement over the culvert that we can work with. Okay, we have public access to that easement. It does go through some private properties, so private property engagement is going to be critical to considering this greenway connection. The good news is that the culvert's in good condition and has about 50 years left in its lifespan, so perhaps a greenway could be built on the surface. The feasibility study is looking at engineering, private property plans, financing and what that would cost. Long-term maintenance considerations, a really important one to consider. Stormwater and flooding mitigation, current and future, and alternatives. Do we daylight the creek? Do we do a greenway on the surface? Are there options that we should be considering? All of this will be continued to be studied as part of the larger corridor study in the city center area led by the city. And including the property owners who are affected by the trail corridor.
Okay, so you can see lots of moving parts, lots of moving pieces, lots of other different studies going on. We just wanted to be sure everybody was aware of those other components or studies because they all, fit into one another. And just want to pause now and get any questions, comments, feedback on any of these kind of site physical studies and attributes we were discussing here at this section. everybody was aware of everything was going on, and it's like a puzzle on a table where I was putting pieces in, right? Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Previously, when you showed the slide from 1953, and there was that area that was not developed, and I think you referred to it as a park or an open space. And then in that last little bit there, where the orange line went through that area, do those perfectly line up? Is that exactly where that park was before? Does anyone know?
Get to that image here. Okay. I'm sorry, you're right.
So in that picture from 1953 where there's that open space, and then on the last slide there, is that through that area or adjacent to that area? No, on the very last slide that Hillary was just talking about.
Was the last section of the creek to be put underground? It showed that it was in the 80s versus the 60s. So can you go back to the last slide? Thank you.
Right there, right above your head, right now.
Yeah.
The lower right.
So my understanding is that when this realignment of the creek, excuse me, occurred with the redevelopment of Cinderella City, that's when this realignment occurred.
Yes.
So,
Okay. What I was, just to clarify, so when we're looking at where the culvert is now, the orange line,
yep,
and then not on that side, but on this side, as it lined up with that 1953 slide, that aerial footage, where that culvert goes through right now, that seems to me to be a little bit higher than where that open space was. Am I just looking at that differently? I'm just curious, that's under parking right now, correct? Or under a building?
well, that's a very interesting thing, is that actually,
Yeah, but-
it actually goes through the parking lot here right now.
Right.
It actually goes underneath the building in this location.
Right,
Yeah.
but this part over here.
That goes along Floyd.
And then the part just above your head right now. That's RTD parking lot. That's RTD.
Yep, that's the
Okay.
RTD parking lot.
Is the hobby lot. Okay, thank you.
Which, how they ever got away with doing that, I can never tell you. It would never happen today in terms of running a major drainage easement under a building like that.
I have a question regarding, and I think it's more for Ms. Vogelsang, regarding the trail-oriented development. What are the implications of that? What is it that it's trying to tell us? How is it different than multimodal? Is it just stating that it's going to be less vehicle traffic, or I'm just trying to understand what that means in terms of design.
And so that's,
And you can use this microphone right here.
Yep.
thank you. So that's really up for you to decide, you know? It's just an idea, but one of the things that we face in this area is vehicles and paving, right? And so this is just the notion that we do need to reintroduce bikes and pedestrians pretty heavily, but not everybody is comfortable on a street, and that's not always the right approach. And just biking through an area isn't also very recreational. So there's a broader audience we can capture if we not only provide facilities on street, but if we turn toward re-greening this area as an idea and using trails and park space to do that. And that brings in all our recreational users as well. So that's kind of the notion. And where those trails go is really up to you guys to decide as the whole thing comes together.
Yeah, I can just add to that too about the multimodal connectivity. It is a great recreational asset, you know, for the weekend spandex crowd, right? That wants to go all the way north and go all the way down around Chatfield. Yeah, but it is also a great opportunity in terms of thinking about it in context of light rail and access to light rail, but also commuting in terms of the Platte River Trail is commuting when we start thinking about the redevelopment nodes that are occurring as you go north as well. So I think it's kind of this missing link, if you will, right now that is a great opportunity that can connect and become a really, you know, signature element of all of City Center. Dan, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to remind the stakeholders, one of the concerns, we heard quite a bit as we were talking about the SKB Triba redevelopment plan for City Center Core was the island concern. It was like, geez, are we going to do all this and create an island of development and a lot of empty space between here and Broadway? And so I think one of the things you can see happening with intentionality of the DDA as well as somewhat organically is there are now 3 and future studies coming up of that interim area between City Center Core and Broadway. So we're starting to also engage in discussions with the property owners who are thinking about their redevelopment opportunities, the big properties in that area. So I think what I'm suggesting is that I think there's going to be just some natural organic focus on that area that's going to be really useful in defining the character of that area, and it also won't leave City Center as an island of development. And I think that was, we heard that especially from the DDA board. And one of the future studies for later this year will be the Inglewood Trolley, how we can make that a much, much stronger connector that ties together the 3 different sub areas of the DDA. So just a little bit of background.
I'd like to add on that. I feel like my biggest concern with what we're seeing, and trust me, I understand that studies have the demographics that they're supposed to look at, but we're talking about the city center and everything that takes us to Broadway, but we're not talking about what takes us from the city center to the wellness district. That area brings in hundreds, if not thousands, of employees every single day to this area. And you had mentioned the different use of trails, and I agree with all those that you said, but it's also for community. And we use a lot of these areas for health and wellness, not only of the citizens who live here, but of the people that we serve in the wellness district. And your comment about we're concerned about developing an island in the city center, with what I've seen right so far, trust me, this is not my background, so take it in the spirit as I'm trying to say it, is that's going to happen in the wellness district. It's not going to be safe for those that we serve to even get to Broadway unless we address opportunities that pull us all together. The other thing you had mentioned earlier is there was a statement from feedback from the community that we want a sense of community that reflects the spirit and the character of Inglewood. But I'm not clear I know what that is yet. We keep throwing that language out there, and it should be a thread that brings all 3 areas together, not in silos, but as a city. And I still feel like we're missing that.
Diane, I'm just quick reminder of the Hampden Public Improvements Project, which will be all about identity for the wellness district and a multimodal corridor up Hampden that gets folks to South Broadway and could even connect to this Little Dry Creek Park and Trail. I mean, it is part of a larger connection. I also think Little Dry Creek is a big part of the city's identity. When we start to talk about bringing back local history and meaning, this is where gold was discovered in this community. It was the basis to found the city of Inglewood. So really embracing the Little Dry Creek corridor and having a little, it goes through some of the historic areas in the city center area, the Tuileries and where the airplanes were invented, where some of the greenhouses were. There's real opportunities there to celebrate local history. So to me, identity is really looking at community values, community history, cultural traditions, patterns in the architecture and the landscape. We have those elements. It's just a matter of putting them together.
I would just add to that too, that the city recently completed a branding and signage and wayfind study that I think also contributes to what is Englewood, and to be very honest, it's one of those elusive things that we have been, as even in the downtown plan to now the city center study and other studies, it's like everybody says, well, we want it to be uniquely Englewood. And we're like, okay, what is that? You know, express this, help it. I mean, there's wonderful history, you know, there's the flowers and growing of carnations, there was gold on Little Dry Creek, there was aviation, there's automotive kind of a focus. I mean, there are all these wonderful little kernels, right, of history and richness of what Englewood is about. And I think as, you know, as we move forward in collective planning here is how do you tease those out, and how do you unify those into something that's consistent, I think, moving forward. So we'd love to hear more thoughts and ideas about that as we get through this exercise.
I would like to thank Diane for her comments because I think they're really well taken. I mean, it's obvious that right now we are focusing on the city center area. But if we don't tie the wellness district together to this, and if we're talking about affordable workforce housing, it is the hospitals that are going to benefit the most. And if there is not that connection, it's going to create a problem for them. So I think that we need to make sure that we address that also. Thank you.
Absolutely. We're 110% behind you on that, because I think that's really the opportunity that we have here, one of the key ones. I did want to just comment on this diagram as well, because it's up here, because again, as a planner, this to us, this means a lot, and which is, this really reflects the parcelization of, you know, when this occurred, partly evolved when Cinderella City came along, then partly when its next evolution of the TOD. But in planning terms, this is what we would call super blocks. You know, that were probably in the past, as you saw in some of those old photos, were a much more finer grain of streets and size of streets and size of blocks, like you can see north on this photo and south on this photo of probably what was there before, right? And so part of what we're looking at now in terms of, back to the issue of, does this building stay, does it not stay? You know, things were set up around a super block pattern. That was a, you know, that was a big movement of planning, you know, 30, 40 years ago. And I think what people, planners and communities have come to realize is that these big super blocks are really geared towards putting buildings down and surrounding them with parking. And what people, I think, in communities really want today is more a sense of walkability, more a sense of buildings addressing the street edges, and more of a sense of kind of creating a feel of in some ways, harkening back to an older town, an older Main Street. You know, and so I just think that it's important to realize that this is the parameters, though, that we're dealing with in terms of what's here. Not to say that, you know, part of this exercise is how do we begin to think differently about this and address the super block nature of what's been set up. So, other thoughts, comments, feedback on context, history, connectivity? And again, we're looking to tie all this together. Yes?
I'll make a comment about the sense of identity and what that is. I think our friend Peter Kudla had an article in the Denver Post where he described it as the land of opportunity. And to me, that really encapsulated the historic sense of Englewood and the current sense of Englewood. I mean, I moved here because I couldn't afford to live in Denver, and this was an accessible place. And then I built my business here along with my husband because it was accessible and a great community. So that's just like one tiny microcosm of how this is really the land of opportunity. But then what Hillary was touching on with sort of the history, you know, we've had so many different inventions in Englewood, and we discovered gold here, and all sorts of things have happened here that have put us on the map nationally in a lot of ways. And I think that as we progress on this and thinking about what kind of development we would like to see, I think if we keep that in mind, that this is the land of opportunity where people can come and build a family and start a life and start businesses, I think that might be a really good sort of guiding light for how we choose to develop the site.
I would add to that, I think what's interesting about what you just said is those to me are the characters that's the language. Do we want Englewood to be, you know, known for its history, known for its innovation, those type of things, so that as we move forward, those are the things we focus on. And that's the piece that I feel like is not well defined yet.
I'll weigh in. My colleagues know that I have a lot of thoughts and feelings about the character and identity of Inglewood. The thing that I consistently hear from our citizens is that Inglewood is a small town wrapped in a big city, and that we want to maintain that small town feeling and connectivity as we grow and change, right? And I actually am one of the people who think we can do both, but it's going to take a tremendous amount of intentionality to do that. And so how do we keep a sense of community as we grow? But then also, most of the people who live in Inglewood, you know, this is a traditional place where blue-collar families can thrive and build a life. But they live here because they don't want to live in Denver. They don't want to live in Highlands Ranch. There is something unique to the quirky and some would say gritty nature of our community that is distinct and something that I think our community wants to maintain. And so as we think about what this space looks and feels like, it has to have that unique character, the artistic, creative character, that innovative spirit that I think is what we're talking about.
Thank you. Other thoughts? Yes.
One thing I think that would be helpful is going from the city center and taking the street, which is Inglewood Parkway, straight east to Broadway, instead of all these little roundabouts and everything, and making it an access to Broadway, and with retail lining both sides of that street. I mean, that's originally what Inglewood was. When I was young, you would drive down Broadway. All of the business district was on Broadway. And then when they built Cinderella City, the business district or the retail district moved to Cinderella City. But I think there's a way to connect both of them with the hospital, because you take Inglewood Parkway straight, and I mean, there's a couple places like it's not really a street, it's driving through parking lots. And then when you go to Broadway, you know, going one block over to Hampton and then making that through to the hospital district, I think that would give the whole area more cohesiveness.
Yeah, couldn't agree more, and that's exactly what the purpose of Beth's study is looking into, is just that issue. Other thoughts? Okay. All right, well, we'll be talking more about these physical aspects when we get into this afternoon session and actually rolling out the paper and start drawing. So with that, we're actually a little bit ahead of schedule, and it's break time. So why don't we take a 15-minute break and be back here at 10 to 11, and we will then talk about some financial and economic impacts that shape City Center. So, thank you. Going quicker than I thought. Yeah.
Thanks for coming.
Where's your business, Amy?
Yeah.
Hampton and Logan. Okay, you recently moved, right? Yeah, that's where I am now. For many years, I was in that rundown shopping center where Big Lots is. Yeah.
Did you move because it was, obviously, a better location?
I mean, it got scary, quite frankly. It was pretty scary, and it was small. And the landowner or the retail, we wanted to move to a bigger spot even in there, but we weren't the business type that they wanted.
So they weren't really open.
No, and so then we just moved, which I'm happy about. It's been good. Yeah. Yeah. The people I wanted to hear from, I haven't heard anything from. I feel like we have these discussions all the time. I want to hear about what the other people have to say. It tends to be the way of things.
those that like putting themselves out there, putting themselves out there.
Yeah. I found it very interesting that that area maybe was already a park, right? If we're trying to redo history and trying to bring it back, we want a day like the creek, and that is already, you know, that's an easier thing to sell to the public, I think, that, hey, this was already a park. Let's take it back to a park. It's not, right? But, yeah, it's such prime real estate right there along that Santa Fe corridor.
Do you recall, it seemed like one of the TRIBA presentations, they were talking about the evolution of TOD and how it was kind of, you know, for a while it was like the next big thing, and now it's kind of settled in to become, was it that they're kind of more right-sizing those facilities?
Yeah, and I think that discussion also was talking about how RTD has too much parking, right?
Yeah.
Everything was overblown, and now you have to make it more geared towards what's actually happened.
Yeah.
Yes, I do remember that.
Which
I
is
don't
less
remember
of
who
a,
gave it.
yeah, I wonder if we'll get into that, because it seems like that informs the nature of what that parking facility needs to be and what the actual purpose of TOD is. Is it to serve the people who are coming or going, or?
Right now, I don't think people are doing either. I mean, nobody uses it. I mean, I think it's, you know, it's a discussion to be had, but let's put people here. Let's build the homes so that you've already brought the audience, already brought the consumers.
Right.
Instead of trying to bring them in on the light rail, that nobody uses it. They use it to go to work and home. They don't.
Nobody
use it.
goes to work anymore.
Right, exactly. So they're not using it to come and see X, Y, or Z.
Yeah, I think it's better to focus it as what do the residents need and what will serve the people who are already here, and how do you bring people here?
Right, and then your residents will be their friends. They'll bring their coworkers. I mean, that's exactly, that's how you get the light rail used at this point.
Yeah.
Walk for a moment.
You guys sit right there in the middle of it, and you're getting ready to redevelop. That's the rumor I've heard. Think about it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I know. That's a great alignment. But maybe we can make it a really cool trail or something. That, you know, so or reroute it. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's a great. To be had in discussion for sure. Yeah.
think it's really cool.
I went last summer.
I love the idea.
Celebrations is great.
Well, I think for next week, no, not next week, I have Indian week, I have. Maybe, you know, whoever. But, how are they really fast? Yeah, that's probably less Chris and the facility and more, yeah. More local, like what are we looking at? For the whole thing, but if you bring out, like, dollar wise, it's very weird, but what I can.
thing that would convince me absolutely that we need to demo this building is if you put it out there and said, you know, you can produce a plan of similar value while keeping this building.
I like the idea of including that in the RFP.
Yeah.
And we could actually say, hey, city council, some DD, whatever.
All right, you guys ready? If we could mosey back to our seats,
One of the things is
get going here.
challenges. Is I think you can build some buildings around the site, but the requirement we have in building code with double loaded corridors means you're parking.
Hello.
So why? So I'm interested in changing building codes to allow for narrower buildings. And then I would say for buildings right around the city, keep the civic center, you know, squeeze a building in over there, so building to the south, make those zero parking. These are right next to light.
Sure, go for it. All right, if folks can find their seats again, that'd be great. Want to keep moving along. Don't worry, we're ahead of schedule. We'll have a lunch break, excuse me, in about 45 minutes. So we will reconvene here, get going. Section 5 of our agenda. Okay. So no plan is just a physical plan. There's always financial and legal and other considerations that go into it. So with that, we have a great team of Mark and Lizzie and Troy, who are going to take us through some of the financial considerations and approaches to the city center project as well. So I'm going to turn it over to you. I'm not who's going to kick off. Lizzie, are you? Okay.
Thanks. So show of hands of who's hoping this gets really technical and deep into finance and present value. And I'm sorry, you're going to be very disappointed. So a couple key points as we kick this off. I mean, the big thing to remember here is that when we start evaluating the financial piece, the market participant that comes up with a plan for the city center is probably the key component to being able to start in the financial underwriting. And that's a player we don't have at the table right now. So what we're going to be talking about in this presentation is really just concepts, background, things to think about as we develop this plan, but really something that we'll be diving into once this process is complete. So how do we think about public finance in general? Well, public finance as part of a real estate development project is really intended to be the minimum amount investment necessary to achieve the goals of the project, to achieve the public's goals and incent the private development. So if you can see here, sorry, the graph has got a little messed up. I had a dream that they did. But the private funding is really the largest component here as part of any development project. So the risk really sits with the private sector. The private sector is going to be evaluating the participation in this project from a return basis. So the profitability is really important. They'll be looking at IRR, return to investors. But again, as we said, we don't really know what this is. We don't know the slice of the pie. We don't know what the return metrics are. We don't know what they're going to be looking for until they come up with a proposal or a plan. So, but overall, the intent is to maximize this slice of the pie, have the public components be the smallest amount necessary to achieve the goals and the vision for what the community wants. So on the shifting gears on the public side, we'll go through the left side of the slide. The city is a key component to that. The city has taxing authority. It has a general fund. We all know the constraints on that, right? The Tabor constraints, public electoral voting process. The other component that's unique about this site, but common to other sites that have a public development component, that the city owns the land. So the land is possibly an asset of value that can be contributed into the development process to offset some of the costs associated with the future plan and the public's goals. So I'll kick it over to Troy. He's gonna finish up on that.
Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here and part of this conversation. We might overlap a little bit in comments, and that's to be expected. Talking about P3s or public-private partnerships, really looking at what that public finance or public sector component looks like. As Lizzie touched on, you can have direct contributions, perhaps from excess or unassigned fund balance, if that is available and approved. Certain municipal revenues, certainly not the ones essential to your function and service provision. Think of revenues like use tax or fees paid during the development process. Those are fees that, or revenues that the city might consider an incentive package. That's very common. Those might be waived for a period of time. And then lastly, as Lizzie touched on, land, very crucial and vital asset to all municipalities, and it can be leveraged in a number of different ways to be a public component to a P3. Metropolitan districts or MET districts are governed under Title 32 of the Colorado Revised Statutes. These are quasi-governmental entities that are put in place to fund substantial infrastructure for a development. Property tax is then assessed on that development, whether it be commercial and or residential, and that property tax pays back that upfront infrastructure. Could be available on an ongoing basis as well. Public improvement fees are very common. They can be initiated by a metropolitan district. That fee is applied to purchases made in the metropolitan district or elsewhere, depending on the agreement. Let me draw your attention to grants. Those are always something I really keep on top of mind for my engagements and clients. It's free money. It helps you leverage public money that's already in the project. And I understand that there are a lot of programs and not every one is a silver bullet, but I do think there's enough opportunities out there to meet the fiduciary duty to explore those opportunities. DDAs are awesome. I'm totally biased, but I think a lot of people in this room recognized their potential and their ability to contribute to a P3 and otherwise to your community. So I applaud everyone that was involved in the formation of the EDDA. DDAs are governed under their own statute, 3125-8. Yes, I have memorized the statute. It is the only other entity besides URAs that can collect and expend incremental property and or sales tax revenues. What DDAs typically do with those revenues is support a project of public benefit, okay? Now I recognize that's a large umbrella of improvements to consider, so we really direct our attention to the Englewood Downtown Plan as well as the board's adopted tax increment investment policy. And so those documents will give us more guidance on eligible costs, which we'll talk about in a few minutes. The DDA, and certainly Englewood DDA is no different, participates in a lot of different ways, some of which we've already talked about and highlighted. Hillary and the board have done a really good job in the areas of safety, space activation, and planning efforts, just to name a few. And so to finish kind of talking about the DDA, I'll pass it briefly to Hillary. We can keep it on. Which slide would you like it to go to? Because I was prepared to have this talk on the previous slide. Just finish your comments.
I guess go back to the
Yep.
place. Sorry.
Okay.
Excellent.
Yep,
Okay.
that's perfect.
I was told I was on slide 2, so I'm flustered. Anyway, per the Colorado DDA statute, first and foremost, the Englewood Downtown Development Authority was formed to serve a public use. In exchange for significant investment of public tax increment funds, a development project should do more than maximize the needs of the developer. It should also meet the needs of the community too. That's why it's called a public-private partnership. Our TIF investment policy sets forth criteria we'll consider when evaluating a development project for TIF financing. These include alignment with the Englewood Downtown Plan, workforce housing for area employers and the school district, multimodal connections, public spaces and green features, quality urban design, enhancement of local identity through historical connections, cultural uses, small business opportunities, the opportunity idea that Erica communicated. And to me, it's a notion of livability for a small community. Opportunities to leverage funds or attract more funding. So we can go out and get more money and use our money as leverage to do that and the investments of others. And finally, a development should create new tax increment that the EDDA can use for more investment in city center and throughout the downtown district. A public-private partnership should seek to balance interests of all parties. We won't get everything we hope for in terms of public benefit, but we should get enough that everyone feels comfortable moving forward. In exchange for significant public funding, community priorities can be agreed to based on reasonable standards and best practices in Inglewood and Colorado.
Okay, next slide, please. That's a perfect segue into this next slide. No two P3s are alike. The public financing component, which this chart displays, really looks different from P3 to P3. There are 20 DDAs in Colorado now, all doing great work. I certainly handpicked with Hillary a few, Castle Rock, Loveland, Grand Junction. Stray came to the table with the Denver Union Station and 9th in Colorado. I'll speak to the bottom three here. Grand Junction, our neighbors across the state, are one of the state's oldest DDAs. And they've worked significantly, particularly over the last 20 years, to make their city and downtown a more attractive destination. And if you haven't been there, I highly suggest it, particularly if you haven't been there in a long time. Grand Junction's housing market's a little different, so that kind of drove this particular project that I'll speak about here. Private development did follow public commitment in this instance, and the city committed up to $2.5 million of fees that I referenced on the previous slide related to the development and sales and use tax paid on the construction materials. The DDA contributed up to $3.5 million of tax increment to this project, and the developer, Richmark Companies, finished up the capital stack. So what's the return on investment? The Junction, it's called, is a 257 rental unit apartment, mostly multifamily units. And this project really reactivated kind of an economically depressed parcel on the west corridor of their downtown, but also brings much needed housing to that particular corridor. I believe most of it was market rate. That's a quick question. Moving to our neighbors to the south of us, Castle Rock, they're halfway through their DDA life cycle, and their projects have ranged from beautification to adaptive reuse, which we've talked about, to large development projects. And the Riverwalk project was one of the first projects in their downtown to revitalize and catalyze their sleepy and underused downtown corridor. Funding came from a variety of sources here again. The town put in $3.3 million of fees and use tax, again, in the incentive package. There was a 1% improvement fee, public improvement fee, or PIF, and the DDA contributed $11.5 million of TIF, and that is 75% of the property and sales tax increment generated by that particular project. What was the return on investment for Castle Rock? Well, it ended up being a transformative suburban mixed-use development. It's two buildings, 5 and 6 stories, with a bridge that goes over Sellers Gulch there in downtown. And there was also below-grade parking as part of the buildings. So you had 230 units total, 343 parking spaces, 14,000 square feet of ground floor retail, as well as 30,000 square feet of office space. The last project I'll talk in detail about is Loveland Downtown District, or Loveland Downtown Development Authority. This is one of the newer downtown development authorities based on the examples we used. They were formed in 2015, and the Foundry really set the foundation for the revitalization of their historic downtown. It was a sweeping development of nearly 3 city blocks that was catalytic in nature. That's a word we've been throwing around. What that has done in downtown Loveland is it's created more development around it, and that's certainly an outcome we'd like to see. In this case, there was a lot of forethought by the municipality. The city of Loveland kind of conceptualized that this was an area ripe for redevelopment or development more than a decade ago. And the city took steps to strategically acquire property that ended up being part of the development. And the city, in that case, spent $5 million on those properties. They also had a use tax and fee waiver again. They also provided some upfront financing for the project. There was a URA involved initially, but the DDA came in and helps pay for the city financing of infrastructure. What's interesting about that, and I'll tell you about the return on investment in just a second, there's a movie theater, surprise, surprise, and 50 cents of every movie ticket helps go to pay that financing that the city issued on behalf of the project. And that is 100% of property and sales tax TIF that the DDA is contributing from that project. There was a metropolitan district involved in this particular project. They provided some of the upfront infrastructure cost at just about $1.4 million. And what was the return on investment here? 155 rental units between 2 buildings, a 7-theater Metrolux, which is the first kind of its movie theater run in Colorado. We had 14,000 square feet of new retail and restaurant space there as well. And lastly, there was a hotel, a Marriott Hotel, a Town Place Suites that was part of the development. And parking was also a part of the development. 460 spots were helped finance by that city financing I mentioned. And there was a public plaza that wrapped around the buildings for a gathering and event space. With that, I'll let Lizzie finish up the slide.
Yeah, so big picture, I mean, I think if there's one thing that you take away from this slide is that Englewood's not alone, right? In stepping up and providing the public support in order to make these investments happen. And, you know, the city, the DDA, the future Metro District are really important partners in creating everything that we're talking about, creating that catalytic investment, creating a sense of place. And so it's right that you should also expect, you know, not just qualitative returns, but quantitative returns on that. So the city commissioned a fiscal and economic impact study, which was completed in August of last year. But based on that report, which was based on the former SKB plan, the estimated net present value of the 30-year benefits are somewhere between $430 to $660 million. Now, you could probably expect similar returns from a similar type project. I think one important thing to think about is those returns will change based on what is the final outcome of the plan. So again, more public space probably would return a lesser financial return. Again, all these things need to be weighed together, the qualitative impacts as well as the quantitative. So I think we're on to the next slide.
Yes, and we purposefully wanted to keep comments succinct to leave plenty of time for Q&A, so forgive me if I've spoken a little too quickly. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, I totally took the slide. I was jumping ahead to slide 5, my fault.
This one is really just trying to talk about site-specific.
Microphone.
Hi, Mark Tompkins. This slide is really trying to go from, all right, we've talked about other examples, we've talked about big stuff, we've talked about small stuff. Let's talk about this place and what we know today. And earlier comments talking about Walmart and are they at the table or not, RTD, are they at the table or not? I think the response was the right one, and I just want to tie it back. Until there's a plan, very much like the DDA, very much like the city, nobody's going to say yes to anything until there's a plan, right? Until there is an applicant who's saying, this is what I want to build and this is what you're going to get out of it. And this is what I need to make that happen. And so what we've done here is say, all right, what do we know today? What are our existing obligations today? If we want to have the ability to have Civic Center here, there's about 100 parking stalls that are needed for the city to conduct business, okay? And based on some work that HPM Contracting did, we're estimating that's about $50,000 a parking stall to build structured parking, either above grade or below grade, and that will all change based on the final plan. If it's all above grade, it might be a little cheaper. If it's all below grade, it might be a little more expensive, but let's just say 50 a stall for rough order of magnitude today. We have a permanent transit easement in place with RTD that obligates the city to provide a certain number of parking stalls. 600 of them are taken care of on that north lot. That leaves 305 that have to be taken care of within this development. Again, if nothing changes. So that's about $15 million to recreate those required stalls. And then again, based on the previous development plan, if you impose infrastructure onto this site, the horizontal infrastructure, rectilinear building parcels, demolish this building, the parking garage, it was estimated to be about $19 million of both demolition and horizontal infrastructure necessary to support that plan, okay? So that's the best available information until we have a proposal that says, here's what I want to build and here's what I would propose the way to build it. And then we can have those conversations with development or with the public partners, RTD, Walmart, et cetera. And so we just wanted to kind of put that as a baseline of this is what we know today to make this happen. We also want to make sure that people understand this point loud and clear, because in our discussions, we also got wrapped around the axle around this. You add those up, you get to around $39 million. That's not the gap. Nobody's standing up here today and saying the public should be expected to put $39 million of public subsidy into this thing to make it happen. That's why you need a proposal. That's why you need a development partner, and you need to do your underwriting so you can quantify what that ask might be. But keep this in mind as we have our further discussions today, that this is what we know today, and it's worst case scenario, okay? That's slide 3, pretty easy.
I'm a bit of a public finance geek, so I get a little excited jumping ahead there. My apologies. Next, yep, great. So, you know, I think it's important to keep in mind before I go into details about this particular slide that the city or municipality in any kind of P3 is still an important component to the public financing picture. But let's talk about more about what Metro District and what the DDA can kind of spend their monies and dollars on. As I mentioned, metro districts are formed on a piece of property, often by the efforts of a developer with the appropriate jurisdictional approval. They'll get formed, and they'll typically fund infrastructure like streets, curb, gutter, sewer, storm drainage, and other types of utilities. That's what the Metro District did in Loveland, exactly. There is a financing mechanism that metro districts will use to raise that money to install the infrastructure. And then, as I said, property taxes are then assessed on that development to repay those obligations, along with special ownership taxes as well as public improvement fees that I mentioned earlier. Metropolitan districts on an ongoing basis can be responsible for a lot of things like those noted on the slide: safety, security, landscaping, snow removal, general maintenance. DDAs, as Hillary touched on, has a slightly different mission where we're formed, we're doing good work, and we're looking at multimodal transportation and parking for use of our funds. We're looking at attainable and diverse housing. We're looking at placemaking and public space enhancement, among other things. But those are a few that are on the screen to show you. On an ongoing basis, the DDA can be a very powerful entity with programming, activation, marketing, and in some cases, event management. That concludes the comments. Again, we wanted to keep it nice and succinct to make sure there was plenty of time for Q&A, and we're happy to address any of your questions.
I have a question. Is anyone surprised?
Yes, yes, Erica.
you had a slide up there that had, I think it was 5 different examples of
Yes.
projects. At what point did the DDA contribute funding in those projects?
Yes, so that's different by each project. Let me just scour my notes here. So the Grand Junction and Castle Rock were specifically negotiated over long terms. So it was a constant back and forth. I think that in Grand Junction, as long as the developer meets its performance measures under the development agreement, Erica, that's when the DDA would expend their funds. So the developer in these instances is expected to upfront the costs of the infrastructure. And what the DDAs really do is use a reimbursement or development agreement to allow for performance measures to be put in place. Once those performance measures are met, that's when the DDA would expend its funds.
I'm going to volunteer Mark here to talk about Denver Union Station, because I think, that's another example of a project where the DDA was instrumental in packaging the deal, that there was so much infrastructure to pay for up front that having the DDA participation from the very beginning was critical. So,
Yeah, the Union Station Project Authority entered into it was a $300 million worth of federal loans, TIFIA and RIF loans, both real estate and transportation infrastructure loans. And so like 100% of the increment pledged from the DDA, generated from the DDA was pledged to repay those federal loans, which was, the majority of the capital stack necessary to put in the $480 million of infrastructure for Union Station. For 9th and Colorado, that was the former CU hospital site. That was 2 million square feet of an abandoned hospital after they relocated out to Fitz. And that the public finance came in after the building was down. There was a trigger mechanism where the developer approached the Urban Renewal Authority and said, okay, it's time to float bonds for this. And it was $48 million was the public contribution of the tax increment. And then the Met District floated their bonds about the same time. And so there's the timing.
Thank you.
Yes.
I don't know if you can answer this question, but a few years ago, the city of Inglewood declared an economic opportunity zone. I believe it was in this area. How does that play into all of this?
We would expect that the opportunity zone would be absolutely something that we would tell the development partner that they need to explore and maximize, right? Bring all those tools to the table. In my former job as a deputy director for the Denver Urban Renewal Authority, we always said, the TIF is the icing on the cake. You actually have to bake the cake first. And then the TIF can come in and kind of be that last little piece that completes the project. And so it was the last dollars in, and I don't know, Hillary, how you guys are going to administer that, but I would expect it to be a similar approach, right? That's a precious local resource. And so if there's federal programs or other dollars out there that can help with the financing, those should be explored and maximized first.
But that's not the actual question that I asked. It was already formed several years ago, and it was actually advertised on the radio. So what were those dollars used for?
On the opportunity zone specifically?
Yes.
So the opportunity zone, when he brought up the pie of where money comes from the development, and you have the private sector and the public sector, it's really for the private capital coming into the transaction. It enables a developer to bring gains that don't have to come from real estate. They can come from selling stock or whatever, and not pay the taxes on those gains, and use that as their private funding for the development deal that will allow them to delay the tax implications and let it grow tax-free for a decade, now fewer years. But I think it's a great thing for the ultimate partner developer coming in to know that this is a federal opportunity zone, because it allows them to bring sources of capital on their side that are more, I advantageous than just another dollar to the table.
Okay, so that wasn't exactly my question. That explains how it works. So if the city of Englewood formed an economic opportunity
We didn't form
zone-
it. It was formed by it's
State
a
and federal.
national, and then it's a state federal program that we have the benefit of a portion of Englewood being in that federal opportunity zone overlay.
So are we already collecting money?
There's no
from that?
collection. It's literally just for the developer. It's not
an
necessarily even
incentive
a
of
tax
sorts.
credit. It's an incentive for how that private funding piece comes into play. So there are, I'm sure, opportunity zone developments happening in Englewood. I would think the equity coming in for that developer is more the benefit. We don't necessarily see the benefit of it, other than it makes it more attractive for a developer to come in and do something in our city because of the federal opportunity zone overlay.
Yeah, I think
It's a
that's
good
very
thing.
well said in terms of the description of how it works. One of the things we do in our economic development program is we make sure that people who are investing in the community and bringing projects, they're aware that a large part of Englewood is within the opportunity zone, so they could take advantage of that on the private side. The other thing that applies to the entirety of Englewood is the enterprise zone, the federal enterprise zone, and that gets to some things in terms of the employment that's brought to this area. There are certain tax credits and other things for training and equipment that investors can take advantage of. That's the other thing that we try to convey when people come in as well.
So if you think about who pays for that program, it's really the collectors of capital gains taxes. So it's the state and federal level that actually pays for that program through the non-collection of capital gains. So if you remember, I'll just repeat this, that I talked about the private sector is going to have investment hurdle returns. That's where you're going to see the impact of those opportunity zones. Because they're not paying capital gains taxes on a portion of these investments, their IRR return might be a little bit less.
Okay, thank you. So investors may have already been investing in this opportunity zone, and the money will be there. So then when we hire a developer, then that money may be available to them.
So it's not an actual cash pool, like it's not a piggy bank that's available. It's sort of a investor comes to the table, says, I'll invest in this site and I'll maybe pay a little bit more for, a better construction or, more units because I have a cost offset on my tax bill. And because I don't have to pay federal and state capital gains taxes on this, I'm maybe willing to invest a little bit more into the project or take a little bit lower of an economic return.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
I wanted to ask about how Prop 123 could potentially play into this if we're talking about building affordable housing units. I know it's new, but are there things we need to be thinking about structure, and what kind of financing would be available from the state through that new program?
I believe that's a grant and a subsidized loan program. If I'm not, to me, those are absolutely opportunities under the grant section that we have to explore. I can't speak to how they would specifically work in a plan of development, since we don't really have a specific conceptual plan today or an applicant, but those are things that I absolutely implore my engagements to explore. I certainly know that the transformational affordable housing money, House Bill 1304, that's been a very attractive program and one that a few of my clients have applied for, that direct grant program. And there is a subsidized loan program opening up mid-year. So those are absolutely opportunities that the city and or DDA should explore.
Well, one of the things that we're doing is we're starting to explore some of the opportunities with that legislation. And one of the things that's on the table is the opportunity for cities to actually get grants under that program that would help for land acquisition, land banking, that type of thing. So if there are funds available through that grant process, that could help underwrite the cost of the underlying land for those types of projects.
Very good, thank you.
So as we're trying to entice developers to come in and work with us, there's certain things I've heard that, we can utilize. We can have this carrot of the opportunity zone, we have the formation of the EDDA. What else do we have that makes us stand out to a developer that they may choose us over something else? I mean, we've spent plenty of time talking about what we want and where our issues are and where our concerns are, but what other carrots do we have that would make us a little bit more desirable?
Sure, I'll let Stray answer this as well. I don't think we should discount the fact about a DDA. There's only 20 of them in the state. So I think that's a huge incentive tool for your community. And that's why I applaud it so much, because that's exactly what it is. There's only 20 communities in the state that have a DDA. So I think you are special in that regard. To me, you know, as much of the sources that I covered on this slide that we could impose, I think makes the deal potentially more attractive from an incentive package. For me, I think it's all of these players coming together to bring these sources to the table. Mark, do you have any other comments? Or?
And you have 22 acres of developable land, so it's a very large site that creates a lot of opportunity just in and of itself. And when you talk about mix of uses, developers like that, it's just like any other portfolio, right? If you can diversify your risk, because hotel is out of favor right now, but you've got 4 or 5 buildings that you might build residential on, that doesn't put all their eggs in one product type basket, if you will. And so I think that that's a really important piece. The proximity to light rail. I mean, there are very few sites, right? There's 64 sites in Denver that are light rail stop adjacent, and you guys are not just adjacent to it, right? You're right on top of it. And so I think that there's physical attributes to this site that will make it really attractive. I think the large availability of land can make it something that's attractive to people, because they can curate their own kind of center of gravity within the development. They don't have to hope that all the adjacent property owners are also going to deliver in a period of time. So they can control their own destiny to a large degree, and that's attractive for real estate investors.
I would just add that our work today is critical. Having a cohesive community vision that we're all comfortable with, that we're all willing to contribute to, that interests of all the parties are balanced out, and we're looking forward and moving forward together efficiently. That's what makes us competitive.
I totally agree with that last point, bringing everyone on the same page with the same vision. Any more questions? Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Let's right back on schedule here. So to Hillary's point, Troy's point about a cohesive vision, and we wanted to share with you in this next section, that we get to go to lunch, this next section, we wanted to share with you what we've seen in terms of what makes for successful mixed-use urban TOD neighborhoods. And not every project has every one of these components, but candidly, most of the successful ones do have nearly all of these. So again, and I think again that we have the slate and the opportunity here to create something like this at City Center Englewood. So what are those attributes that are shared across these? One is an integrated platform of land uses and densities. And part of that is, as we were just saying, we big planning term we use these days is the 10-minute neighborhood, meaning that you can live in one place and be 10 minutes to basically anything you really need in life, whether it's access to transit, whether it's a grocery store, whether it's a place to recreate, whether it's a place to shop, place to work, place to live. So integrated land uses, we think, is one of these common traits. Second, identifiable. A place that is known by its character, its image, something that goes, oh, it's like that postcard shop. Oh, that's downtown Englewood. I know where that is. Whether that's a park, whether it's a greenway, whether it's an open space, whether it's a sculpture, whether it's something iconic, The idea is that the public space and the public realm can really go a long way in identifying or being the contributing element that makes that identifiable neighborhood or space very clear. Third is a mix of uses. And, you know, we had the slide up here earlier about the evolution of City Center from, you know, its history and to where it is today in terms of the TOD. And I would say that most TODs today are heavily weighted on the side of residential uses, and both for sale and for rent, and that they are important elements to leverage that investment in transit and that connectivity within a broader region that puts less dependency on cars and really provides that opportunity for people to live a different lifestyle. So the location in transit is critical, but also this mix of different types of housing choices and opportunities is critical, both in terms of price point, affordability, and for rent and for ownership. Fourth is walkable, a place where people want to be because you can feel comfortable walking down the street. Walk to a coffee shop, walk to a restaurant, walk to a little park, walk to the light rail. Scaling the streets properly so that you feel comfortable walking down the exterior environments. And that usually means bringing buildings to the edges of blocks as opposed to having big seas of parking and buildings set behind. Because who wants to walk next to parking lots, right? That's not the most exciting thing. There's not the visual interest. There's not the storefronts. There's not, you know, really the meeting of people as you're coming and going. So creating walkable environments is one of these really important characteristics of a successful TOD. Fifth one here is varied, and by that we mean there are revenue producing assets as well as again, back to this mix of uses. There's cultural assets, there's recreational aspects. Again, it's this idea of a 10-minute neighborhood where everything you want and everything you want to experience is very close to you, that you can walk to it. You don't necessarily have to drive your car to it. And then lastly, intuitive, and we know we've gotten some comments on this. By intuitive, we mean there's a logic to how you find your way around a place. Whether it's orienting to a green space, whether it's orienting to the street edges, but it's also important to realize that we are a TOD, we do want to provide multimodal connectivity, we do want to leverage that investment in transit, that we still though have the realities of the car in today's environment. And hopefully it's less, getting less, but we still have to be responsive to how do we accommodate for parking within the context of these projects as well. So we can't totally, you know, disband a focus on parking, but how do we integrate it into plans, into buildings, so it becomes more secondary and subsidiary than, again, being just buildings surrounded by seas of parking. So those are what we think are the important attributes, and this is a kind of a good setup for what we're going to do after lunch. I want you to think about these in terms of how we can integrate these basic planning principles into the alternative planning exercise we're going to do in terms of actually drawing. And just to give you a little flavor too of some places, and there are lots of examples, but a little bit of a flavor, you know, beyond the ones that Troy and Mark and Lizzie had great examples of some projects from the economic side. And they probably have, these projects may have many of those components as well from an economic input standpoint. But these are some examples of, you know, when we're talking about envisioning what City Center can become is, you know, locally, for example, downtown Westminster, really not that different from where you all are, right? I mean, it was a big shopping mall. Transit came. It's got transit access now, and is really kind of turning itself into the downtown for Westminster. They never really had a downtown before. Bellevue Station, just down the road, obviously leveraging that investment in transit at a much later date in terms of where transit in terms of how long transit was there before really redevelopment started to occur around it. But again, is really, I think, leveraging two things, leveraging access to transit and also leveraging or realizing how people are working today. I personally know some people who live at Bellevue Station, and they would tell me that 40% of the people who live at Bellevue Station are working from home, or they're going to the office only once or twice a week. And so I think as we think about what city center can become, and as we think about residential uses, think about how people are really working today or not working in terms of the traditional, go to the office, do my job. And there's different lifestyles and different ways of commuting. And then lastly, another project back in the Midwest where Ryan and I are from, so go Buckeyes. But a good project outside of Columbus, Ohio. Again, this was more of a greenfield site, but developed itself into residential. It's got more bus access in terms of its transit, but really has become a destination in terms of market hall center there and hotels. So all of these, again, all of these projects and many others share, I think, many commonalities. A higher focus on residential units, a mix of uses that includes hotel and hospitality and the appropriate amounts of retail, and also include connectivity to green space and open spaces, identifiable elements within the projects. So with that, I want to see if there are others, think of other places that they like that go, gee, if City Center Englewood could become this, I was visiting there, or I was visiting here, or anything, you think about either these overarching attributes or principles or other places that you've been that you think kind of embody what you would like to see the next steps of City Center Englewood become. There you go.
That's the area down in Dry Creek, isn't it? Okay. All right. I guess I'll say a few words. We kind of kicked it off earlier today with what we want and what we don't like. So when I look at these diagrams, it's obviously the walkability that I'm very keen on. So I think of Pearl Street. I think of what we're doing on Hampton in terms of the wellness center, even Broadway. I think South Broadway itself is very walkable, even though it's on a major road. Just the fact that there's just something to it that I do get a sense of walkability. So when I look at the conceptual designs of what SKB put together, there was just something gnawing on me in terms of what I just didn't enjoy about it. And now that I'm looking at it a little bit more, a couple slides back, when on the bottom left-hand corner, you basically had the dining, that one there. You had the dining on the outside, but you still have people walking in the middle. And when I keep looking at the SKB conceptual design that is in our packet, I just see a big, massive opening where I just know that there's going to be cars in that area. It doesn't seem very walkable to me. So whenever I'm thinking about what I like to see with the city center redevelopment, it's just that multimodal, but just really emphasizing families walking, cycling, whatever it happens to be, bringing into that area. Everything else I am in favor for. I just want to know, how do we get there? Because it is something that I want to see. And even that top left-hand corner, it's walkable. It is 2 lanes of road. There still can be cars, but it feels very walkable, or it looks very walkable. So that to me is what sticks out whenever I look at some of these designs.
Thank you. Others? Okay. Dan?
Thinking ahead, one of the things, I think we can include a lot of that description in the solicitation for developers. Now we have a lot more kind of flavor to work with, and I think they'll respond to that. I wanted to get back to Amy's question about what do we have to work with. Certainly we have a lot to work with, but I think it's really important to keep in mind the complexities or the constraints that we have to work with, because we have an awful lot of complex constraints, and we're going to have to be creative and proactive to overcome those. And just to keep in mind as we go into the analysis this afternoon, we have a RTD shared parking requirement, which is currently 910 cars that we have to figure out ways to reduce, spread around, deal with. RTD has told us they need to have our development partner on board before they'll take our request seriously. We have the ground lease, which is obviously impacts the LNR property, and to make that property really prepared for development, that ground lease has to be terminated. And so the city council is going to have to see, you know, from their decision-making perspective, what makes sense to, you know, what is a good trade-off for termination of the ground lease. We have the Civic Center building and its odd location as it sits on the site and its parking garage. And then we have this Walmart agreement that has some complexities to it too, and those are going to have to be, that agreement is going to have to be significantly amended. So we have this playing field that has these big challenges to it, and you know, it's just really important to keep those in mind, because most TOD development situations don't have the combination of challenges that we have to deal with. I think we can get through them with the right development partner, but it is truly going to be a partnering endeavor. So.
Some of the things that I think about when I picture my vision for City Center is the amenities that we have existing here now. You know, this is a hub for City Hall. We have our library here. We have an amphitheater outside where we do concerts in the summer. We have a fountain that draws kids in the summer. You know, a place where we light a Christmas tree around Christmas time. I would like to see a continuation of this being a gathering hub for the community, a place where residents feel comfortable coming and engaging in business and living, but also just being together and celebrating Inglewood. And as much as we can incorporate that in the design, I see some very commercial pictures here that focus on business and commerce and resident, but I'm not detecting that sense of community. And I think that's one of the things that I would like to preserve going forward.
I'll plus one that I agree. I think that the need for kind of a civic and cultural hub or core in the city is still an important value for the community. And one of the challenges, you know, obviously right now the way it's constructed, it's circular, right? We have this circle where we're kind of gathering, and in the SKB plans, it was much more kind of spread out, the green space, and we lost, I think, some of that kind of gathering point or that heart of the city feeling. That I do think it's important, and to think about, you know, looking at this slide, varied revenue producing uses, yes, 100%, but that civic piece, which is not revenue producing, but just it's still a great value add for the community. And how do we think about equity in the design so that people can actually come and be part of the community without having to spend money in this space and having the mix of that? And I like to think it's on the previous slide, the identifiable piece. That feels incredibly important. This remains a unique, specific place within Inglewood and doesn't just start to feel like it blends in with everything else. I think is a huge thing for us to keep in mind.
And I appreciate those comments by my fellow council members. I think another thing that's important to me is more what I don't want to see and what I don't want it to be like is every other transit-oriented development down the road. I want this to look unique and different that will set us apart from everything that's already been done.
Not to say that it's going to look like something else that's already been done, but to this point of a community gathering space, a cultural hub, a place where the community comes together. Are there any examples of places, and they don't have to be transit oriented, but anything come to mind just to help us kind of get inside your head of what you're thinking? Any place that you can think of that you've been that specifically embodies those community aspects of a gathering space? guess we'll have the opportunity to create the first one here. All right.
I can weigh in on that because I agree with Councilmember Russell. And I think I think there is something that Inglewood finds a bit distasteful for our community as a cookie cutter, the kind of the what I would call maybe a managerial kind of aesthetic, an aesthetic that you could plop down into Highlands Ranch or suburban somewhere in California or what. It's the same everywhere you go, and you walk in, you walk into that that coffee shop that's in there or whatever, and it's going to have the same exact dangling lights or whatever, and there's this I think it's hard to put words to, but there is a copycat aesthetic that is used in every single, not just transit-oriented development, but any retail, kind of community development. And I guess that's really easy to build to. I think developers know these are things we know sell, right? We know that if we come in and build a building that looks like this and it has, when you walk in the door, it has this kind of lighting, this kind of seating, this kind of arrangement, these kind of quotes on the wall. Everybody knows what I'm talking about, right? It's the same thing everywhere you go. And I don't know, maybe it's not possible to break away from that. Maybe when we put out the RFP on it, everybody's going to bring back the same cookie cutter thing. But man, wouldn't it be nice to do something uniquely Inglewood? And I think we do have an aesthetic history here with with Cinderella City. Like you mentioned the Carnation thing earlier. There's a lot of historical aesthetic things. We have the bank building over there that has some unique architectural aesthetics, but what do we need to, how can we motivate developers to bring us back something that doesn't look like everything else everywhere? I mean, it is all so boring and the same everywhere, and I don't want it for Inglewood. And I don't know how you break out from that, because it really is kind of it seems to have metastasized, but that's my opinion.
Building unique places that have meaning and support local identity isn't just nice. It's smart marketing, right? It makes it a place where people want to live, where they want to move their business, where they want to visit, and where they want to spend money and spend their time. And so this is a very important topic. It's not just about what we hope for. It's about making a really vibrant place in this community.
So I could jump in. So I think Castle Rock did a pretty good job with their development. They centered it around the railroad, or their history around the railroad. So I think they did a good job there. So I'm enjoying what they're doing down in that aspect of it. I do like aspects of 9th and Colorado as well. They have the dog park I think it's a dog park. They have a park just to the north of all the restaurants and bars in their area. I think they did a pretty decent job there in terms of making it feel like a community. I'm also a big fan of what's going on in Confluence Park and that big park area that they happen to have out there. On both sides, they have businesses, restaurants. Obviously, that's such a grand scale, but I do like what they're doing there in terms of what Member Nooncamp brought up. You don't have to go and spend money there in order to enjoy yourself. So there are aspects of that I do want to see here with the city center area. Bellevue Station, there's still a lot of construction going on there, but they also have a dog park. They have some open space, so I'm very curious to see what happens once they're done with all the construction, but I am enjoying aspects of that as well. So,
I'd like to ask Brad and John to maybe address the uniquely Inglewood, the architectural, the design related comments that I'm hearing, because one of the things that I observed from my chair in the SKB discussions was, you kind of have to keep getting, it's iterative, right? And so what they did is they put massings together and they worked on development yields and what they could build here and what that might start to look like cost-wise, but they were never under contract. They didn't control this site. And as a result of that, it's really hard to put money into a lot of really fine-tuned development and architectural designs. And so, but the good news is LNR and the city own all 22 acres here, and we have the ability to provide the process to get to that level of specificity. But could you guys talk about the tools that are available for the public to be able to control that design outcome, and when that level of detail on building fenestrations and the kind of window designs that might be available in those buildings, like when that sort starts to take shape?
Well, one of the things that happened here in the last couple of years was a rezoning effort to change this from a very suburban surface parking oriented planned unit development back to the underlying, essentially the downtown zoning. And then beyond that, and John can amplify, is we have various design guidelines and efforts that will come along with the development as well. So once we have a development partner in place, we're starting to talk about how it's going to be phased, what the public-private partnership looks like in terms of the investment. Then we come along in terms of integrating the design of how that works. So we'll actually have design professionals be part of that. Obviously, the city council and the DDA will be helpful and instrumental actually in defining that effort and defining that character. But I think one of the things that to keep in mind is the sense of discovery for future generations here as well. One of the things that we probably expect is this will probably be built over the course of 5 or 10 years. And people who are not here yet, maybe they have a say in the outcome. We don't necessarily have to completely look backwards. We can also look forward in terms of how we want to define the character of the future generations of this community in this area and what the design and the architecture and the character should look like in terms of that. So I think there's definitely a past reference that we can look at, but there's obviously a huge future reference that we should start to think about in terms of defining this place as a place for Englewood in the 21st century. There's a lot that can lend to that. But there's a lot of effort that we can do in terms of the regulatory environment in defining those parameters as well. That's in place and that's ready to go when the time comes in the future.
I would just add a few more things, maybe a little bit more details. So as part of the rezoning that occurred a year and a half ago, yes, we established a large and very extensive set of environmental and design criteria, standards and guidelines that the developers will have to meet. Any redevelopment project that happens between Santa Fe now and Acoma will have to go through a design review committee process, and we've designed that to work in a 2-stage process where they'll come in early with their early initial plans, get a lot of feedback, go back to the drawing board, take their development further to a higher design level, and then go through the design review committee once more. There will be a report that comes out of that will be used to negotiate the final design with the developer. And for your information, the design review committee will include one council person, one DDA person, and one planning and zoning commission member on every single project that comes through for this area.
I just wanted to jump in and say that as I kind of think through this, the thing that is really hard for me to kind of work through is it's personal. I mean, it feels personal. And what I mean by that is this is downtown to me of Englewood. This is our heart of the city. And I think that's why when I think about the possibilities, it's more than just redeveloping 22 acres of land. It's not what shall we put at Bellevue and I-25 that will be attractive and get a return on our money, both city and developer. It's part of who we are today. And I think there's also, I've been trying to challenge myself, comments that you made, Brad, is where do we want to be in the future? And, I asked myself the question of, do we want to reinforce a community identity, or do we want to re-envision a community identity that places us at that spot in the future? Gosh, it's such a large, complex project, as you said, Dan, that we really need to probably hone in on some specifics. I believe, I'm not a really artistic person, but I have people in my family, and my observation is that creativity flourishes when there's constraints, okay? So what are the constraints that drive us to a solution that help focus us into what we want that identity, that hometown, that heart for us to be. And, you know, Dan, you mentioned some, I'll just add to that. There's a physical area. So there is 22 acres. There is a budget probably that we need to consider. What's practical? What's feasible? What are the essential needs? And maybe the essential needs also translate into what is the most common thing we hear people asking for in the area. So just a couple thoughts.
That's well said, Brad. I think that this uniquely in Englewood is embedded somehow in what you're expressing, which is people here really care. It feels like this heart and soul, and trying to articulate physically what that looks like, I think is a constraint, not really a constraint, but is the opportunity ahead of us, right? But you feel it. And if anybody talks about it, it's just how does it begin to really physically manifest itself? But comments well taken. Yeah. Other thoughts? Yeah, Erica.
I think what we're all talking about kind of all hinges on having space that is programmable. So what we have here is lovely, like you were talking about, Mayor Pro Tem, where we have tree lightings and the kids are playing in the fountain and all of that, the gathering space that gives us that sense of identity. And so it's not just building that, though. It has to be spaces that are programmable. So you were asking us if there were places that we have been that we like. And I went to one that I love, and it's more urban than what we would want to see here, I think, but it's the AT&T Plaza in Dallas, Texas. And it's old buildings. They didn't change the architecture. They just sort of spruced it up. They built a food hall in one old building that's not homogeneous like every other food hall across the country. It's very unique. They have a beautiful fountain. They have a band shell. They've got a humongous screen. It's like, must be 20 stories tall, where they project like the Super Bowl or things like that. So it's not just the space, which in itself is unique and beautiful. They've got some green space too. I don't know if I said that. They have grass. It's fake, but it's there all year. And there's people of all ages gathering all the time. There's outdoor dining. So I think that it's important to think about how does the built environment contribute to gathering people, but it has to be a programmable space. It doesn't just happen. So I think we need to keep that in mind too.
I'll piggyback on that a little bit. I'm working on a development actually in South Westminster, right at the Westminster Light Rail stop on 28 acres. And we're under contract to sell it to a local developer, Zocalo, who's been working on this for 3 years. But what they did is they went out to the community and a lot of the stakeholders, and it's very music driven in South Westminster with Colorado Sound, Swallow Hill Music, and a couple of other groups. And so for this 28-acre development, they have created a catalyst that is a music venue for Colorado Sound to bring in small, kind of up to about 1,000-person outdoor concerts or indoor concerts. The concert venue is kind of tiered, so when it's not being used as a concert venue, it's a park, and kids are running around and able to play on that open space. And behind it, they're doing this mixed-use development that is apartments and single-family housing. But it that kind of like, you know, morphs into the background that is really, you know, led by this catalyst that's going to bring people to the area, you know, 7 days a week and utilize the space and help make the development that sits behind it successful and long lasting. And speaks to the identity of Southern Westminster and groups that are already there that can use this new development and new space to advance what they've already been doing for a long time.
It's a great example. Thank you. Others? Anyone else? We'll have plenty of time to talk about this when we do our breakout sessions right after lunch. So I'm sensing everybody's really hungry. It's a great time. We're right on schedule at noon. Good time to break. And we'll have a half hour. Lunches are in the back corner, and then we'll reconvene right after lunch. So thank you all. Good comments, good feedback.
I didn't get a
gentlemen, let me cut through here.
I just continually be fascinated when we ask people to articulate what Englewood is. I think it's really interesting.
think we're going to get started here. It's okay as you finish up your lunch. Try to keep us somewhat on time. So, hello, everyone. It's a good lunch. That was a really good lunch. Thank you, Nancy and city team who put that together. Thank you. Thank you. All right. We are going to break out into some smaller group sessions in just a minute or two here, and I'll describe how we're going to do that. But first, we have a news flash from Hillary and the EDDA. So, Hillary would like to add something in here. Breaking news. Who's got the music?
All right, we have an after-lunch smile as opposed to a yawn, okay? You might have seen this piece I put on your desk in front of you. We've been talking today about public-private partnership and planning together for a future of the city center area. We also have an interim situation that we need to work together on, and that's the current conditions of this property while we're doing our long-range planning. While the retailers are running through their leases, we have low foot traffic, more concerns about crime and safety in the area, and a shared interest in shoring things up. So many downtowns around the country right now are trying to fill vacant spaces with temporary uses, pop-up retail promotions, etc. So we started thinking about what that might look like here in City Center, and reached out to several reputable organizations that represent those local identity values, cultural arts, local history, and small business development, and asked them, what if we could provide you with very low-cost space for a 1 to 2 year period to help you incubate and build new ideas? While you're programming, doing events, doing lectures and walking tours, while we, the DDA, are also investing in marketing the city center area, making the events down here more impactful, by hiring a private production firm to support our city event supervisor on things like the summer market program and the holiday market to accompany the tree lighting ceremony. What if the Inglewood Chamber was part of the mix? What if the Inglewood Economic Development Department played a role? We're working with security, we're working with All Health Network on homeless outreach services, and we're building something right here and making this area marketable, safer, attractive, and fun, okay? Everybody said, yeah, that's great, we're in, we'll figure it out, let's work together. But it all depends on the private property owner. It all depends on their willingness to play ball here, because these organizations can't afford market rents. And so the news flash today is that our private partners in this deal, L&R partners, John and Jim, said yes without blinking an eye last night. We will do this. We will provide space, the Art Walk apartment space around the fountains that has been empty for years at no cost to the Inglewood Historical Society, the Guild, which is a shared space small business operator that is going to be converting into a small business incubator model, and Redline Contemporary Arts Center, which provides affordable studios to local artists as well as community arts programming. So we'll all be meeting with the property manager next week to get things rolling. I want to publicly thank you for starting this out. It's a great initial public-private partnership. It really is sort of a spark for our future and demonstrates how we all got to work together, we all got to give a little something, and great things will happen. So thank you very much.
Well, you're welcome. Hillary, you're welcome. And also just as we walked the property last night, the restaurant tenant that we had the discussion about, the HVAC, whatever. We're going to work something out there that will remain. All right. Yeah, yes. We're going to work something out. So
great. Well, that's the spirit of collaboration and cooperation. That's great news. And that's, again, why we're all here and we're all working together. So, so now the fun begins, at least for us, and we encourage you all to. Oh, okay. Thank you. Touche. We actually get to put some pens in our hands, and you're all willing to get, if you're willing, you put some pens in your hands too. I saw John kind of fast scribbling on top of some things over there also. But we're going to break out into 3 groups, and we have 3 options. And I want to stress that word option. They are just points of beginning for us to begin a dialogue about some potential ways of how we might refine this master plan for City Center. So none of these are meant to be a final plan yet. We want to work with you. We want to get your feedback. We certainly have heard this morning to develop a plan that incorporates this building. So we're gonna roll up our sleeves. We're gonna reconfigure the tables here slightly, and have 3 different breakout groups. And we're going to myself and Ryan and Laurel from DIG, we're gonna kind of facilitate a discussion for a half hour each at each table on the 3 options. So at the end of the half hour, the groups will rotate, so you will get a chance to comment and give feedback on all 3 plans. So you'll just move from one group to the next table to the next table. And how you know what group you're in is if you're wondering what that dot was on the back of your name tag, you either got a yellow, red, or blue. So we'll start with yellow over here in this corner, red over here in this corner, and we're going to put blue in the back. So, so that's going to be our exercise. So for about an hour and a half, we will talk, dialogue, brainstorm, draw together. So give us just a minute to kind of reconfigure some tables, finish up your lunch, and then we'll gather around these 3 locations.
Yeah, you want to push those in, Bill?
version in City Hall, okay, and then, you know, I just like it was shown here, I prefer City Hall, the first two floors,
That was an earlier plan.
and then, you know, whether it's office or more likely at the, hotel, this whole thing could be a big, beautiful green space.
I like that idea. Green space,
Including, no, I'm not gonna add. But the point is, that looks, that one is, that would give you one really large green space that you could, do a whole bunch of things with. And the hotel's not gonna be back here. I mean, with a big sign, you just take that as your city hall. You could do that, you could subterranean park all underneath that whole thing to provide parking for, you know, the office, the hotel, I mean, that's a way to get a lot of green space on this thing. All the other. Well, let me submit this. The number one priority on city right now is to be able to do this. I understand you want the most value for your parcel, but this has got to be able to be done first. Okay? That's the number one priority. And you still have, you know, personally, John and I think the workforce is very better right close to the RTD. And then put that down here, you've got all this, where you've got your higher residence, and you've got the views of the thing, kind of where higher residence and all that kind of thing. But that's kind of the thought I had. I'll put the workforce closer to the. If you want it. Anywhere. Yeah, I'd all. Well, that's if there's, I mean, if they just do that, that's a pretty long way to do. I mean, you could fashion this whole residential block, if you will, in the variety of ways that makes most sense. You know, I just wanted to, you know, when you use the case,
Three features.
Everything has its right. I mean, that place is packed. It's packed.
All right. Thank you for that burst of energy and creative thought. And that's- she always wins. She just always wins. It's like, put your money on Laurel. Can you all see this okay? Come in a little bit. Sean, you all right there? Is that good? All right. Okay. So this was group one, and this was the audible scheme, which from the feedback this morning was said, let's have a concept that keeps this building as City Hall keeps a good place. Okay. So with that in mind, the blue square here is this building, keeping it at City Hall and looking at other opportunities for other functions that might go into this building. But I think we also said that there's a need for a really cost efficiency study to see how real this is or isn't in terms of the cost and retrofitting of the building. So, but the idea is it stays here, and maybe there's other cultural components, City Hall offices, maybe some specialty retail that can go in here. But that what shapes and forms around the edges of City Hall now is a bigger park. So this space out here, we get in Englewood Parkway at Inca, and there could be a mini drop off here, as well as now a continuation of the road on the backside that loops around, comes out at Jason. And that leaves a little sliver of land on the backside of this building that has, so in the park, this can become much more programmable, a much bigger space in terms of its L configuration. As we think of focus, I don't know an actual size on it, but I would say it's 3 to 4 acres in scale, just visually looking at it. But this could, with the elimination of the road through here and the elimination of the 24-hour fitness building. So that goes down. The park, thank you. The park becomes a much bigger park usable space. Then on the back side, there could be a taller tower, residential tower, that could be potentially even higher in height than typically what we were thinking earlier of 4 to 5, 6-story buildings. Maybe this is 10 to 12 stories to take advantage of the western views. But again, the economics of that would need to be played through. As you get taller, you get into different building systems and life safety, health systems within a building. So, but there is the potential for that to squeeze a thinner sliver residential tower in there. This could be residential with parking below that would service the City Hall building as. City Hall building would be served by parking in this front, that would be at the base of this residential building, would serve here. It would also serve the hotel, which has visibility off of Hamden. And then these two blocks, or this bigger super block, gets split into special street down the middle, and then two larger, probably market rate residential buildings in here, and probably affordable in one of these two buildings in terms of housing distribution. Change the block orientation for better solar exposure, as well as a kind of a visibility corridor into Englewood Parkway as well. So interestingly enough, the 3 groups that rotated through kind of all rotated to this idea. Hugo, should I touch on your big idea? Okay. Okay. Well, we'll save that for the edit because it really applies to any of them. Okay. So anyway, so that was really kind of all 3 groups kind of landed on this direction in a scheme that keeps City Hall in its current location. But again, the financing aspect of that and operations, maintenance, et cetera, needs to be looked at. So. It was here. Yeah, 2 was here and 3 was over here. Okay. Thoughts, comments? You all had a chance to come by at once, but Anything I missed or anything more you'd like to see or other thoughts, Joe?
Well, I really like this idea, but something we came up with in the last group over here was the best group, yeah, was was possibly eliminating through traffic on Inc. altogether, which I think would apply to any of the plans. But having traffic from the north, they have to turn left on Inglewood Parkway, and then traffic coming up from the south has to either go around to the left or something like that after they get past that building. But and then you can open up that space along where Inca is to even more green space and think of the place rather more as a destination rather than taking Inca just having Inca just be a pass through for cars going up to Dartmouth or whatever.
Okay, good. All right. Other thoughts? Dan. Yep. Yeah. Now there's some truthing up to it. Yeah.
Can we just make sure to use the microphones?
If you're gonna take away some of the building sites, that preserving the density and making up for that on other
Right.
sites is important.
Yeah, no, I think that if City Hall remains, or if you create more open space, it just requires more density on the east and west sides of the plan so that you can still hit the development numbers that make sense to come in and pay the price for the real estate. I think that specific to the City Hall that we talked about, I would be inclined to figure out how to keep this building if we can come up with the use that is the draw that can use this building. If it's going to be used as office space, I don't know if it's financially viable. So it's what can be done here or brought here that's going to draw someone from outside of the area to come to Englewood in this footprint. And if that doesn't exist, I think it's a really hard piece to try to keep in its present form.
So.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because I don't think this building as it's configured, oh, sorry. Sorry. I don't think this building as it's configured is what you want to be your focal point, right next to a park with none of these windows and it still kind of looks like a department store.
Right, agreed.
What if this building had like different paint and maybe some beautiful modern wood on this facade, and on the inside it offered a specialty grocery store, a food hall, a wine shop, what else did I say? Movie theater, a bowling alley, a historic society museum. All of these uses are compatible with a building that's designed to be interior facing, which is what I hear is an issue with this one. So it's also a lot of services and a huge draw to the residential that may be built here and to the use of the park and the light rail.
Dan, microphone, please.
What uses would be prohibited?
I think grocer.
Grocer would definitely be prohibited, but
You know, you had other ideas, a
Yeah.
daycare, a yoga studio. There's a lot of uses Walmart wouldn't be against, but a grocer is gonna compete with them. So they're gonna shut that one.
Even a small specialty grocer, there's not like a different category for
Bodega,
that?
I mean,
Yeah.
perhaps,
I mean,
they
like-
might give a waiver for that, but
Okay,
like a competitor,
sure.
realistically, that's not a competitor to Walgreens or Walmart.
Who had a comment over here? All right, any other comments on number one?
Each one of the groups that met with option 3, this is 3, not 2, came up with different ideas, so I'll just show all 3 of them really quickly. What this was specific about this one was the idea of the 2 yellow streets in the middle, large open space in the middle with pedestrian-oriented streets where they're indicated in yellow. All the orange buildings are indicated as housing with parking, and then it's moving the hotel and the city hall out to Hampton. So nobody bought this, the groups I work with, nobody bought this exact plan the way it was. They wanted to change it, so we changed it. And I would say this first one and the second one are going to be really, really similar. The idea was to do maybe city hall and hotel out at the street with a small open space associated with that. Keep the housing and parking parallel to Hamden with an interior street that could be more of a pedestrian-oriented street. No, not pedestrian, excuse me, more residential-oriented street. So the idea here was that you could actually have entries at the ground level on those buildings instead of making that a retail street. Concentrating the retail street along Englewood Parkway with potentially keeping retail along there and even parking along there potentially. Allowing these 2 streets to be closed off if you want to, but that they're still circulating streets that go through, especially Inca. I think we felt on this one was really important. Making this building over here a much bigger building with a large parking structure associated with it that would work with the RTD or the light rail, although there would be parking in all of these. So that's that one. Another fun thing that came out of this one was emphasizing the entry along Hamden and creating a gateway feeling off of Hamden to make sure that everyone knows that this is the center of the town. So then the second one, as you can see, is going to be great minds think alike. A little bit different in that the city hall was moved up into this location, same big block strategy on this side, emphasis on the north-south circulation through again with less emphasis on this circulation because it doesn't come all the way through. It's actually broken at this point. So those are, you bring people through here and they have to turn either way. But taking the open space and bringing it all the way through and identifying a center focal spot in the middle that you can see both coming in from the north, coming in potentially if you moved it over here, coming in from Englewood Parkway, and coming in from the south. So this focal point would be the identity that everybody would recognize as the town center. I'm not sure, hotel office perhaps out at the street. This one, this big block again could be a big multi-use spot development, you could put City Hall over here versus here. There's some flexibility, but we wanted the City Hall to be on the open space so that that becomes a civic space. The last one, this team thinks they won, but I do like this one. The idea here was that not to let, it's a Lottie, right? Inca, I knew I had it wrong. Not to let Inca go all the way through as a driving street, but to actually bring people in from the north and turn them down Englewood Parkway, bring people in from this side, turn them down this new Cinderella Street, whatever it's called, and Cinder Ave, or Cinder, whatever, alley. And then make these streets usable, but they're pedestrian, bus, fire lane streets only. If you had a shuttle that's going, all of them talked about a medical shuttle that would go out from the town center and the affordable housing and go out to the medical community, that could circulate through, but that regular traffic and cars would not go through here. Allowing this to be a very flexible open space that everything fronts onto. And in this case, you could have City Hall here, you could have City Hall here, you could have City Hall here, you could have City Hall here. It wouldn't, you could think about it in any of those locations because it has a relationship. You could even put it in the middle of the park. It could be a smaller structure that is related to the park because you've got parking associated with all these buildings and potentially a big structure here. Another thing we talked in all of them was the fact that now that we have Walmart owning our Broncos, that we need to make sure we can get this street a real street and not a pass-through through a parking lot. That Englewood Parkway needs to be closed off as a street with pedestrian walkways on both sides and not be used the way it is now, because it's so important to get people off Hampden and onto Englewood Parkway so that they know they're in the town center, because otherwise they don't. So those were the three. Did I miss anything for anybody who's on these groups that like these? Retail around the park, and this one, and I think the other ones were very similar in that thinking, that there's still some ground floor retail, but it focuses on the park. This street being much more residential and feeling versus retail feeling.
So there's no hotel in this one?
This one, the hotel could be here. This block is very flexible as far as the developer would be concerned. This could be their hotel block. This could be their hotel block. There's flexibility within that when you get it, but the hotel should definitely be out towards Hampton. Although some people talked about it possibly being in this location too, on this plan, but wasn't the favorite spot. Other thoughts or questions?
No, the last thing is that this is Team Red. So we talked about leaving the RTD parking up in the north where it is currently at. If there's additional RTD parking requirements, obviously the rest of it would be minimized in the remaining areas.
The big goal in this one was getting cars out of the core, trying to get it as pedestrian friendly and as flexible so that you could keep these streets open sometimes when you need to, but you could close them all down and have like what was that place we saw in Cleveland where they every weekend they have farmers events and all that. What is it called? Van Aken District. Yeah, it just makes it very programmable as far as how you want to use it, but also very friendly to all these people who are using it daily who look onto the open space. I think that's why we like this one so much.
I have a question about that. So I heard you wouldn't allow cars there, but you would allow buses and you would allow medical and you would allow the trolley. How are you signifying that so it's not just a confusing mess? Like, is it purely a pedestrian street or is it everything but private cars, and how do they know?
It would have to be how you designed it. Yeah, I mean, that would be down to the details. Yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
And I just think wayfinding to parking.
Yep.
Something I've seen in, you don't see them a lot in America, but they have the retractable bollards, so you can block off a street or open up certain days of the week and leave it for pedestrians, others.
Or there also could be an arm,
Yeah.
and the trolley every time they come through can lift the arm. The fire truck can lift the arm, but the average person coming along in their car cannot lift the arm. Well, we don't know exactly where. Oh, well, we had parking along this street, parking along this street, parking here, parking here, parking here. And then there would be parking within the buildings. Yeah, parking structure there. Major parking structure associated with this building, but with housing on top. Possibly here. Mm-hmm. Or City Hall could be on any one of these. I mean, that's what we were looking at. As long as we felt, I think the groups I talked to felt very strongly that they wanted City Hall because of the lighting the Christmas tree, because of the concerts, because of the library, that they wanted that feeling of having it associated with the green space. The other thing we really liked about this was when you look in, if this is your fountain, which is in exactly the location you have it today, that you can see that from down Englewood Parkway, you can see it from the north, you can see it from the south when you turn. So your iconic element is there that you can see from all locations as you come in, except this street, of course. So we like that. That was another plus. You could even leave your fountain, not even redo it.
So just again, a clarification. So Inca would 100% be closed to traffic at any time with the exception of just bus traffic.
Well, you'd be able to come in here and turn. Come in here and turn.
Okay. Well, I guess
that would be very controversial. I'm not disagreeing with you.
One word of caution is like closing off streets will have a ripple effect in other parts of the community, especially like the residential up there. I mean, from CDOT's standpoint, Inca is a very important street. It's a signalized intersection that's already permitted that way. And so if you start to redistribute the traffic, every one of the other signals along that corridor is going to have to be re-looked at, and then it will affect the neighborhoods around the perimeter.
Yeah.
And,
you know, I don't
right,
think this...
fire department, RTD. So again, I like opening up and getting more of a public space, but that's just the trade-off that there will be potentially significant costs and impact and in cost to rethink the whole street network around the perimeter.
Well, no, this wasn't a street through.
Blake, one thing I would say is being on Inca, I'm not exactly certain what Inca is being used for.
No, that was
So it
pedestrian.
seems to be a cut through, that people are cutting through from Dartmouth to Hamden for whatever reason to get through traffic. It's not to go into the middle and then park or dwell in the center of that area.
Mm-hmm.
So as long as there's ways
goes
that you
through
can
this way.
still get through the area, the big idea on this was to take
And it
that
goes
one
this
block section from Englewood Parkway down to the Cinder Alley and basically shut it off so that it creates not a through street, but it creates a big, large park in the middle of that area.
I totally understand the concept. It just gets challenging when there's just really choppy street grid system up in there, and it will start to cut through traffic through the neighborhoods. So just something to be careful about. There could be
And-
traffic solutions, but just something to think about.
I think the interesting thing about this plan too, if you wanted to, you could decide that this section stays open, but this closes from here to here, or do the opposite. Keep this open and close that section, or you could have it where it's open most of the time, but it's closed when you want it to be. I don't think it ruins the plan, and we were being pie in the sky. We wanted cars out of
Oh, yeah.
here. So, yes.
As a festival street,
It requires Jason or
Calapago.
Galapago to become your through streets, removing that through street there, and maybe it doesn't work to remove Inca as a through, and you got to push that towards Galapago or Jason of where your pedestrian walking is.
Just traveling that intersection, there are times when I can't turn on Inca because there's so much traffic on 285. I hop off of Santa Fe, and I either have to turn right at Jason and sneak around, the vet and the Burger King to head back north on Inca, or I go down to the next block and turn left just to get into the area. So it's already a problem intersection.
So, and it would be nice to some degree, I mean, not that everybody's going to agree, to keep, this is Galapago? Keep people, yeah, to keep more people on that street where there's, more parking lots and all that, and let this become more pedestrian friendly and core in its feeling. Right, Walmart, they're not going to complain. Yeah. this.
Google Maps driving through that street just doesn't tell them to, and they're looking at their phone. That's the traffic you guys want right through the park in the city of Inglewood? Force them somewhere else. Inconvenience them a little versus driving right to the middle of the city. Just because Google Maps said it, the fastest way. Save 44 seconds.
I do think there's, back to our earlier history, photographs and diagrams, though, I think there's something very intriguing about kind of a hearkening back to this being a bigger park space, you know, from what we saw originally back in, what it was, 1953. I mean, to this kind of recall of what's Inglewood about and what's its history. I just could see a lot of possibilities in a bigger park space like that.
In our group, we talked about like, how do you have the catalyst for the area and the space, and like even doing something that's maybe less expensive, lower brow, like putting in an ice rink or putting in something that, you know, makes that a park that people outside of Englewood would want to come to and spend time and go eat off, you know, off of, could be pretty easy and lower hanging fruit than the other thing I'll mention in a little.
Saving you best for last. We're saving that. Okay. Other thoughts on this option? No? Okay. All right. Ready, Ryan?
All right, so we didn't really land on one final option. There were many sketches, so I kind of put together a key themes sketch. But the underlying plan here, the big moves with this were that these blocks are broken up into smaller blocks, the ones between Inca and Galapago, and that was up for discussion and debate in our group. And that block A next to the station is a larger, taller, sort of as tall as you could go and get approved, housing with shared parking below. So that was similar to some of the others. So, and that City Hall is in the 24-hour fitness building. But again, some of the big things we talked about that were recurring in all the groups were a lot of talk about the hotel, or a hotel being back here behind Chuck E. Cheese, that kind of accomplishes visibility both from Hamden as well as from Santa Fe if it's tall enough. A couple groups talked about it could be cool if it had a roof deck. Even without it, the views would be really great to the north, to the west, to the south. So it could be a pretty signature building that you see from the highway and from Hamden potentially. The other big theme was that there needs to be something visible and iconic, really on axis with both Englewood Parkway and Inca Street that you see from those points, and particularly that you see from Hamden. We tossed around the idea of it being City Hall, or being some sort of beacon of public art, a vertical element that's lit up, some sort of jewel box structure in the park that's maybe a pavilion, museum, event space, that's beautifully lit at night, right? It could be all sorts of things, but that really, the street network set up really well for it to be kind of right visible on axis for both those streets. Also that City Hall could be in a number of places, but that generally people really liked the idea of it being on the park and having that civic relationship. We actually, one group, we talked about it being here, sort of when you come down the stairs, that it's at beyond, you know, right in your line of sight, which was kind of an interesting idea.
In terms of the blocks being broken up into four, kind of mixed reviews on that. So there were concerns about people like the idea of maybe one of them being just pedestrian only passageway, but making sure that design was such that you try to minimize security concerns, that it's well lit, etc. Actually, one interesting idea, I'm just going to sketch over this, was doing this with a passageway, so you end up with two like triangular development parcels, but you have a view from Hamden and Galapago directly in again to this scenario, whatever's there. And then also again at Inca, or maybe here if that was explored further, but using design, architecture, lighting, etc., to really signify that intersection at Inca. That a lot of folks like the idea of some retail being focused on Inca, really nice streetscape to draw you in. So it's not just another street, but that it's really signified through design treatments as a special gateway and entry into city center, particularly from Hamden. Some of these others, interchangeable. Some talked about City Hall here, and the park being sort of L-shaped with maybe this southern piece could be a more active draw. Hugo likes an ice rink. Could be any number of things. So that's, I think, kind of the summary. The blue is City Hall in this scenario, but again, we talked about it being here, 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 not here at all. In this, what I sketched, yes, because in several of the conversations, that's kind of where it landed. But again, different groups talked about it. It was more important that it had a relationship to the park than it was specifically where it was. I think, right? Anyone want to disagree with that? Did I miss anything from? Again, we didn't really land on one plan. This was my best attempt to summarize the common themes.
I'm terrible about that. Sorry. I'd like to see that triangular one sketched out in an elevation or a rendering, a site plan, and see if that would make sense. I mean, it certainly wouldn't be a drive past, but it'd be visually through, and you could see right through to the park.
Yeah.
From Hampton, which is what you were really hoping for, Mayor. That from Hampton, you could see right through, and you could see your park diagonally right through it. And so then Hampton has that visual corridor to your park, which is otherwise hidden, and you'd have to find it not from Hampton, but you'd have to know it's there. And it eliminates more of your interior roads. And gosh, that plan has a lot of asphalt on it.
It also draws, I think, a lot, kind of back to the conversation, to the Galapago-Hamden intersection being kind of a major intersection, keeping more people off of Inca from that kind of corner, how you kind of look in through that. And if you're looking at the connectivity of going to the south side, it seems like that corridor would plug really well to pop south on Galapago. Pedestrian friendly or cars.
I'll plus one. I think that the line of sight from Galapago is really interesting. And I like that you can see whatever the jewel box thing is at the corner of the park from two places now on Hampton, hypothetically from Galapago and from Inca. And then you can still maintain Inca as a thoroughfare, which I still like. And then maybe you make the horizontal from Galapago. That's the pedestrian street that can be utilized for different things. Our team had discussed putting a jewel box piece, putting actually City Hall there, kind of at the corner of the L-shaped park, which I think is interesting. But how do you make it accessible and kind of a little bit separated from the different commercial areas and residential areas, but still have green space on either side? So I think that's interesting, but I really like the horizontal, or the diagonal, excuse me.
And one thing I would add to it, I was just thinking, is that Galapago also, north and south, I think if you think long-term into the future of, things becoming more pedestrian friendly connects to directly more into the neighborhoods than Inca sort of skirts them, right? And when you go south of Hamden, it's a little wonky for walking. So the potential for Galapago to become more of a north-south pedestrian bike route through city center and connect the neighborhoods on the north and south as well is pretty strong.
The only thing I'll add, and this was from another conversation, is the more we can break up from Hampton the between Inca and Galapago, even if whether it's diagonal or whether we want to do two large buildings, if they run north to south instead of east to west, it just gives more visual interest from Hampton. Right now, Hampton has very little visual interest or kind of attractiveness from the curb. The more we can do to draw people in any way we configure this, the better. And that's why in many of the groups I'm in, I was really pushing for this gateway idea. How do we create this identifiable destination place that says, this is our city center, this is an invitation to come into this place that's full of character and creativity, but adds a lot more visual interest from the street.
Other thoughts? It's always the challenge of drawing in alternatives, right? You start with 3 and you end up with 6, 7. But I mean, I do think that what I'm hearing are some common principles, regardless of the kind of ultimate configuration of roads, angles, or going through, not going through, but maybe some common principles that are consistent amongst all of these. Number one is this relationship of City Hall to the main public community gathering space. 2 is this idea of visibility and gateways and connections, into city center, not feeling like it's walled off. 3 is, again, this, or I think we've said this all along, but this notion of greater connectivity going to the east. Didn't hear anything about office in terms of a real desirable land use, but definitely hotel, and then a range of housing. So beyond those, is there anything else you think I'm missing in terms of kind of commonality of a series of principles amongst these?
In one of our groups, sorry, was someone else? Did I cut someone off? Okay. On this group 2 of this, or option 2, we talked about maybe having a shared use of offices and hotel, that maybe the city offices could be on the ground floor and a hotel above it.
Okay.
And then we also talked about preserving the possibility of preserving this building. And if we did the sort of triangular parcels, it falls along the same plane. They're sort of angled similarly. So there's some synergy, what's the word? Yeah.
Okay. Getting that? Okay, good. All right.
Actually, I'm going to speak up just because it just occurred to me there's something that we missed in this, but we really didn't talk about the rail trail aspect of it. So the master plan is to connect from the north part of the city where the ironworks development occurs all the way south, and we've already accomplished some of the rail trail from the north to Dartmouth, I believe, and then again south of Hampton. I guess the one thing that we need to think about in terms of any future development is how to get the people from the city center down to Hampton. We've talked about in the bridge in the past, but also just how people meander through the city center development.
Yeah, John, do you want to elaborate a little bit more about the broader connectivity, the rail trail? I know when we talked about it in the downtown plan, we had actually kind of identified Inca because it was signalized as kind of as a route for it to come and go south, but from north and the redevelopment up here, is it coming down Inca or coming along the rail corridor?
In previous planning efforts, such as the stationary master plan and the next step studies, basically it was supposed to, the routing was to parallel very closely the light rail line itself. and was to also use the dips where Hampton goes underneath the railroad, as well as Dartmouth, being able to also extend a pedestrian bridge in those areas as well,
Okay.
parallel to the railroad lines.
So to come across in, kind of both locations.
Yes.
In a bridge configuration, like you're thinking at Oxford as well.
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right.
Bill, I'm going to jump in one more time.
Yes, sir.
So last thing, I don't want to minimize this fact, but I think, at least within our group, I'm not sure if the other groups were this, but it did seem like the green space was the predominant factor or number one factor for how we wanted to market city center. I know that we see the green space on here, but it did seem like it took a predominant role in all three of our renderings.
No, I think that's right. I mean, if there's, we talked earlier about what's identifiable, what's, a community benefit, what's there, that really this green space in some bigger, new envisioned form has really kind of become that attraction. We've talked, some of the little groups about, could be an abstraction of the old dry creek and opportunities for kids to play in water and pretend they're mining or, but kind of a history or a timeline of Englewood as well could be, I think, incorporated into that idea in terms of the green space. So something that could really be a draw, outdoor sculpture, outdoor light, something at night that could attract people as well. So.
If I could jump in real quick, one of the things that I thought of seeing this plan where it broke up that the initial idea had that block to the east broken up into 4 pieces, which I don't think we weren't, I think a lot of us landed on, let's just break that up in one direction. But I think that points to a broader principle of if we're trying to, keep our public infrastructure costs down, then let's not build roads that aren't necessary to make sure we have sufficient flow of the traffic. So whether that goes diagonal or straight north and south or east and west, I think you lose efficiency of those structures by having a road cutting them in half. But you also are building extra roads, so your public infrastructure costs go down, and the utility of the structures also. You don't get as much utility if you have roads breaking those up. And the same thing I would say. Is it working? Okay. Oh, okay. Well, anyway, I scared it, I guess. I don't know why we need in this particular drawing quite so many roads and intersections on the west side of the plan, if they're necessary for the proper flow of traffic and everything. But I would like to keep that. That's one of the things I didn't like about the SKB plan was it looked like there was more public infrastructure than was necessary in terms of the roads. So I like the idea of breaking up blocks as much as possible, but I think in the interest of the financial benefits, only building what's necessary to make the plan really functional.
Yeah, and just to give everybody a sense of scale, a block like this, the parameters of this, about 250 by, 400 and something, almost 500, like 480, 250 by 480. That's the size of a typical downtown Denver block. So if you think about those areas in downtown, that's typically what that size is. They're longer, twice as long as they are wide as well. If any of you have been spending time in Portland, Portland prides itself on the small block idea, and their blocks are typically about 200 by 200, which is pretty close to what that size is as well. So you're right, Joe, it does layer in more infrastructure costs, and it also does create some challenges in terms of footprints on those smaller blocks, especially when you're trying to integrate structured parking into the architecture. You get tighter constraints. You don't have the distances to get up with ramps and all those kinds of things. So I hear what you're saying. So, okay. Dan, I'm going to need some guidance and advice from you here as we or end the group. I think we definitely heard earlier and tell me if we're wrong on this, but definitely heard earlier, even though the finances need to be studied, an option that keeps the existing city hall and another option that is maybe takes the best of all these and is an alternative option with city hall in a different location. Is that a safe assumption to kind of work on as we refine these to a next step? Or I just put that out here to the table, as we did hope that we'd come out of here with one direction, but we understand this is a process, we understand this is iterative, but we do need to try to kind of narrow the focus on these options. And I just wanted to get a temperature of the room in regards to that. One or two alternatives versus one alternative moving forward. Are we going to move forward with one plan, and would that one plan be keeping City Hall in its current location, which has its cost challenges and implications which have to be studied? Or are we moving forward with two plans that gets rid of this building and, kind of in whether it's, the park here or like the scheme 2 that Laurel had, kind of keeps the bigger gridded blocks around a central open space. And maybe there's an angle in there. We'd look at that one or the other, but basically moving forward with two plans as opposed to one is the simple question.
I guess I'll start off. I think this is probably where we're going to differ as a council in terms of what our next step is. I'm just of the opinion that keeping this building as is, I think, is probably not economically feasible. So my preference would be to just look at just the redevelopment of the entire area without the current building in place. If there is a way to make it feasible to include this building in any future development, then I'm okay with it. I just don't think it's possible. So my preference would just to be with one option that did not include this building as in its current state. But obviously, I'm going to defer to the whims of council in terms of what direction to go, but I just can't see it being feasible.
Has there been any analysis done on the cost to operate this building and what its likely lifespan is going to be? It's 2/3 empty now. Can the city afford to operate it over the long term? I don't know. When I worked at the Lowry Air Force Base redevelopment, we did do reuse studies of some of the existing buildings to determine their reuse value over the long term. Maybe that's something, a step that could be taken here to really look at the age of the building, the construction of it, operating costs moving forward, other uses that could work or not work in the building. I don't know, I'm just asking.
I liked what Councilman Anderson said at the beginning of the meeting where, maybe we leave it as an option to developers, and if a proposal comes in that does include reusing this building, then maybe we give that extra consideration. But if all of the developers say, there's no way to make this work, and we can still get, more green space and more attainable housing and the list of things that we would like, then we evaluate the proposals accordingly.
I agree with that approach as well. And what I can tack onto my comments from this morning is I'm not wed to this building remaining City Hall. I think it could be different things, and maybe it can't. That's, I think, the outstanding question that I don't have clarity on. And so leaving it as an option to the developer, I think, is interesting to me. The other piece that we haven't included, but I would like to when we go out again, is the Chuck E. Cheese piece, which just feels like such an afterthought in this entire configuration. And if there's anything we can do within the RFP to encourage a developer to try to think of a deal there as well, that's very attractive to me.
Interestingly enough, you see that hotel right there on that one, and I don't really like this overall design, but that hotelier would have a lot of incentive to go to Chuck E. Cheese and say, what's it going to cost to get you to go away? Because he can double the size of his hotel and take that hard corner that is Santa Fe and Hampton. And from a visibility standpoint, that's like 80,000 cars this way, 60 this way. That's a winner. So.
Yep.
And how can we encourage a partner who has maybe more leverage than we can offer to help in that conversation?
I think the way that the mayor put it makes a lot of sense. I think that hearing everyone's kind of want for more open space, more views, more pedestrian-friendly access goes against keeping this building in its present form with how it sits on the site, and I think would impact allowing more open space alongside the amount of development that's required to make it feasible.
I think that like I haven't heard like I hear the idea that it's, you know, and I understand the arguments that maybe it's not feasible. What I guess the gamble I'm making by suggesting that we put it out to developers is maybe somebody comes along and goes, no, I can, you know, I can make this work. I can do this and keep the building. So it's the idea is not to do a financial analysis or anything like that. Just put it out and say, hey, if you can make it work with the Civic Center, then, you know, that if two ideas otherwise financially being equal and having equal amount of open space or, you know, enough open space to satisfy kind of our desires, then, you know, somebody like me is going to side with the one that keeps the Civic Center. Maybe there's a developer out there that goes, this is what we specialize in. We do food halls. We convert, you know, old buildings into new stuff. Put it out to the market, and if the market can come up with something, then that's the one I want to, you know, that's competitive with the others. That's the one I would want to go with. But if they come back and say no, then okay, it's not, you know, it's not meant to be. You know, sometimes it is best just to start from scratch. I understand that. I would just like the opportunity for our in our search for somebody to say no, I can make that work and look at the ideas.
I've already made my pitch for keeping this building, so I'll spare everybody else that at this point. My concern is that the two plans method pays lip service to the concept of keeping this building, but doesn't actually take that concept seriously. So I, as opposed to just going full bore on the idea that we're going to bulldoze this building, I would take both plans to a developer and say, hey, how does this work? But I want to ensure that we're taking both of those plans seriously, and we're not just saying, oh, hey, they threw this one at us, so see what you can do. And by the way, this is a really good idea.
And I am also on board with keeping this building. What I would like to suggest is that we move forward with keeping the building, but also adding the option of working a plan around that would perhaps redesign what this building could be 10 years from now, 15, 20 years from now, so that we can keep the building now with a plan in the future that we don't have to redo the entire development. I think that's wise as far as cost to the city. I've heard some of the discussion that's gone on, but the truth is when the mortgage is totally paid off, which it is, we can spend a lot of money on other things that we don't necessarily have to pay on a new mortgage. So thank you.
I guess the question I have when we consider keeping this building or not keeping the building kind of for me boils down to, am I married to the building or am I concerned about the value that it represents to the city? And I would say my response to that is I'm concerned about the value that it represents to the city. So if there's a good exchange for the value, it opens up possibilities for design of the area so that we're not just giving the building away to be bulldozed. What you both said on either side, correct me if I'm wrong, was more an economic statement, a value statement that you want to make certain that the city, that the population doesn't have to pay for something twice.
I think that's a pretty good summary. I mean, the value of this building, as I see it, is about $1.4 million a year because that's what we were paying on the mortgage. So as long as the utilities costs and the maintenance costs are less than that, we're saving money every year we stay in this building. the other standpoint is that the community, I have community members who are telling me that they want to preserve this building from a historic standpoint. So I want to make sure I honor that as well. I will say for me, it's more about, pennies and dimes than it is about the history. But my constituency would be pleased with me if I could preserve the history as well.
My opinion is that we should give it to a developer to look both ways, this building or next door, or I guess possibly even the third choice. But I think economically, long-term, this building is probably going to be pretty expensive, just simply because there's truly so much unused space right out in these lobbies and stuff. It's not very efficient. As far as the planning goes, I think these conceptual plans that we came up with and the original, or not the original, but the drawings that we have over on the boards and stuff ought to be submitted to developers to take a look at and get their input and some pricing, that sort of thing, and move forward from there, come up with, a real plan with economics tied to it, knowing what they're planning. So I think we're at kind of the beginning with any new developer that comes in. And I think we're ready to take another step.
Is it possible for the city to function as a landlord if this building were repurposed? Could the city, since it owns it outright, be effectively the landlord for a variety of tenants that then occupied this space?
Dan, what's the occupancy cost annually for the building on a per foot basis? It's got to be like 10, 12 bucks.
I know it's high, but I don't know the exact number.
At least. Yeah. I mean, if the city needs 40,000 feet, they can go in a new building at, let's just say, 25 bucks a foot, 30 bucks a foot, you're at $1 million or $1.2 million. The occupancy cost on a 140,000 foot building at 10 bucks a foot is $1.4 million. So it's more expensive for the city to stay in this building than to move into new space that is well designed, unless it can be a landlord and rent a portion of it and earn back the income. But even owning it free and clear, a building that's hard to maintain and has a high occupancy cost, I think you'll end up in a better spot with efficiently laid out new space for at least the city's part. The question is could you rent this building with the way it sets up to different users at a level that's commensurate to the $1.4 million or whatever it is in rent a year? And I think that without spending a ton of money to get there, I think it's going to be a challenge. And that's just very back of the napkin.
I'll weigh in on the legal perspective. Legally, yes, we can rent the building out. By our charter, we can enter into leases up to 20 years with public entities, for private entities, and then there's no limitation if we were to rent to other public entities. So legally, yes, we can.
And from an operational standpoint, I think the answer is yes. We don't have a great track record of being an awesome landlord of parcels that we're not occupying. But I would remind everybody that to make the city center 1.0 work, they had to give the MOA space for 20 years. They had to find a partner in Inglewood Arts to occupy Hampden Hall. So there was a big push to give away to try to get something in this building that would be an attraction. And we've never made rent on this. I think we had a credit union here for a while that maybe had some rental income on that, but we just don't have a great track record of it.
A question regarding the 24-hour fitness building. Have we done any programming to see how the city could or would fit in there? And question regarding would the library be going there or would the library be going somewhere else?
The only program that's been done on it so far has been in partnership with Triba when they were still part of the deal. And we did some space planning on that. We've kind of figured out that the library would not fit in that building, most likely. That it would be, but that it could accommodate, the office uses that are here.
Great, thank you.
Well, I'd like to make a pitch for the public library. I think community libraries can be great anchors in mixed-use areas. They activate ground floor space. People are coming and going. They serve an important role for the community, and I'd love to see our library stay down here.
I would be in the spirit of collaboration and everybody being together in a workshop. In the spirit of collaboration.
Thank you. In the spirit of collaboration and everybody being together with all the interests at the table, I would, not to put you on the spot, John and Jim, but I'm curious your thoughts on this issue from the, the special service provider.
Well, we don't control this site. This is the city site. And so I'll tread carefully here because telling you what to do with your site, it would be overstepping. We control east of here. So if we need to market it both ways, and it's something that would be a collaboration between Jim and I, Dan and Brad, with a broker that we would select, we'll market it in a way that if we want to do a dual track where it stays and one where it goes, we can give both an equal shot and let the market decide what they think they can make out of it, assuming people will let the market speak and not force one or the other. I think we'd be comfortable trying that. What I see here are some apartment sites on our particular parcels. I think we're excited and comfortable with that. We think there's a big market for that. Quite a bit of capital will form around that. Debt will form around that. So it's very easy to deliver apartments. I'm pleased to hear that we're reducing the office footprint. Where we are in 2023, there's a change in the paradigm of the way office is used. Your office vacancy in Denver right now is 19%, and that's increasing. That will continue to increase as leases roll. I think if you're trying to go after office tenants, you're going to be stealing them from other buildings in Inglewood, and you are robbing Peter to pay Paul. So I don't think you're creating a new demand, at least not initially. So I'm happy to hear that we're fading away from that. I think this plan also has too much ground floor retail. I love the idea of retail around the park. I don't like it buried back in an apartment complex with no drive-through traffic. That's going to be better utilized as apartments for dog owners and senior citizens and others who like that ground floor unit. So if we can reduce the retail footprint some and focus it around the park and reduce the speculative office demand, I think they'll have a much greater chance of finding an excited developer pool that will be happy to make offers on this in either way, keeping this building or not. But my opinion on what you do with this building, it's not really for me to have.
Fair enough. Appreciate that.
Yeah, okay, and if I may, first I want to say thank you all for convening this event. Not that I'd call it an event. It's been, we were very glad to be here. We are here because we think this is a venture on both parts that can benefit us as well as the city. We have a fiduciary responsibility to all the bondholders that are in the Remick Trust that owns our parcel, if you will. We certainly have an understanding. What we believe is if we took our collateral to market tomorrow, just as a retail development of what it is or what our parcel is, we have a good idea what we think value might be. We're here because we believe in this joint effort of trying to create the new downtown for Englewood will be accretive to our value above and beyond what we could sell our piece in and of itself, and that's why we are here. I want to, if I may, just touch base on when Dan asked John earlier about timing. this is kind of critical with regard to us. Our goal is in coming here was that we'd be walking away with whether immediately or whether shortly thereafter, because there are going to be iterations, but a site plan or two. Okay, and I completely agree. We have no problem of having our your design team put together the two proposals that we want some developers to evaluate and opine on. For us, what we are seeing as our timing on this asset is that we want to get those two proposals, site plans done, and get out to market as soon as possible. And desiring to, having chosen a developer jointly, here in 2023 and into contract and into feasibility with a close on the purchase, the second quarter of 2024. Our business plan does have us exiting our collateral sometime in 2024. So we're here wanting to just do everything that we can to help move this process along. Apologize that that the venture with SKB didn't work out. There are some reasons don't need to go into now, but be happy to just speak to anybody individually. But we're here to try to really move this and let's I think there's an absolute win-win situation here. But we just, on all parts, might just have to leave a little bit of flexibility in what might be the ultimate, which is going to be, candidly, the developers could very well just have some other ideas or suggestions on things that we all might have to consider. But for us, it's let's move forward. Let's move forward now and see if we can get this all done with a clear sign of success going into 2024.
Others, any last minute thoughts on this? Dan?
I would just say in terms of next steps, we had contemplated having Dig Studio kind of document the results from today and then circulate that to the three stakeholders and see if we could get enough consensus on that it would be the basis of then a developer RFP. I think as a practical matter, doing two alternatives is doable, and we can develop the narrative for that and what the city wants to see. I think we can give voice to a lot of other things that have been brought up today as well. So I don't see that as problematic. In terms of next steps, at the same time that we would be doing that, I think we've contemplated working on a memorandum of understanding with LNR that would be kind of a precedent to then a subsequent framework agreement with LNR. And the framework agreement would lay out a path to termination of the ground lease. And that's been something that's been discussed for a couple of years now. So hopefully that's not, a major issue, but it is something that's going to require further consideration. I think as we work on the MOU, we can work on the timing question further because early 24, there's just so much that would need to be done in terms of the procurement and all the agreements. And then, of course, the selected preferred developer would have to vet the proposed plans with all three entities and deal with all their due diligence issues at the same time. So that's an awful lot to be done. And maybe we can continue to address the timing challenge of that as part of the MOU discussions with LNR. But I think in terms of next steps, that there are some things that are very doable there, and that, as each of the stakeholders looks at the results from today that are further documented, hopefully we can get consent to moving forward with the developer procurement. So that seems like the process.
Anyone else like to add? Any comments? Okay.
No, I mean, you're correct. You can't put the cart before the horse. You have to have a site plan to price it, to have that MOU discussion and the framework agreement. So the point of today is to get one, perhaps now two site plans and then look to find out what we think those are worth. And that will lead right into your framework and MOU discussion, which you could probably dual track with also having potentially getting these on the market and getting some developer feedback to what is feasible, what's economically viable. And they're going to ask Troy a bunch of questions about, with attainable housing, how that can be financed. Also could be with the parking structure as well. So I think we have a framework or a path now with the next iteration of site plans to then start to price this and then understand how to get to a framework agreement.
Okay. Sounds good. We have one last exercise. If anybody, is the energy in the room enough to do 15 minutes, or you all good? Laurel's going to lead us in a stretch. All right.
Actually, all you have to do is
Pull out your phone. You're all looking at your phones anyway. No, pull out your phones. We're going to do a little visual. Yeah. We call it a Menti moment. There's a program called Mentimeter, and it's just some visual preference. And the reason why this is important, and I know we said this at the beginning, but we're still working on land use framework, distribution of blocks and whatnot. But as we go to develop these next round of alternatives, and now we'll have 2 alternatives moving forward, we want to have a little sense of visual character from you all in terms of, it's one thing to represent things in plan in 2 dimensions, but as we begin to do some illustrative type of drawings, like we're, the part of you see over there underneath the Tribe SKB plans, as we begin to suggest, not finalize, but suggest some types of character in those kind of sketches that would be an accompaniment to this developer RFP, that we get a sense of what you're all thinking. Fully understanding that it is going to need, a new developer would come on board. They already started. Yeah. and in their input, but take it away, Ryan.
Yeah. First of all, does anyone want, we have analog sheets. You could mark your answer if you don't want to do this into your phone. Was that a yes? Can you pass it? Yeah. Okay. Otherwise, this is fairly simple. The instructions are at the top there, menti.com. Put in that 8-digit code, and this survey will pop up. You're already off to the races. So we have 4 categories here. First being type of street. And just to clarify a little bit, in case I know they're somewhat similar. Number 1 is think something that's a little bit more modern, right? There's some special paving in the sidewalks, some, beautifully designed aesthetic sort of seating integrated into planters. Number 2 is sort of more classic Americana Main Street, right? Sort of hanging baskets, banners, that kind of thing. And 3 is more, more expensive certainly, but more of a seamless transition between street and pedestrian realms, special paving kind of throughout. You see this oftentimes in a lot of historic districts, but sometimes in more modern developments as well. So that's kind of the gist of the differences between these 3. Again, this is just visual preference for how we will sort of represent things in the illustrative. We've got 18 votes. I feel like there's more people than that here. Oh. I don't know if it'll let you, will it? When things are this close, it makes it pretty simple. That's a pretty high response for number 2. Has everyone? All right. And mark on the sheets if you have the sheets and get them back to us, and we'll. All right. So. Yeah.
It looks like option 2 was kind of a preference here. Reasons why? Got the American flag in it.
I think we need to balance the increased density with the feeling of a small town.
Small town.
I chose option 2. I like option 3 better, but I mean, that kind of paving looks really expensive. I think option 2 is probably a better fit for what we're dealing with in this area.
All
I
right.
like that the walking area is a little bit more narrow and that there are benches facing in toward the buildings on number 2.
Yeah, that's always a nice touch, right? Because you don't really want to face the parked cars, but you see benches facing that way a lot. All right. Let's see if I just do this. Does it? Yes. Okay. Number 2 is public spaces, open spaces. So the gist here, number 1 is like, think more urban programmed plaza type festival space. Number 2 being a little bit more gardeny, passive kind of neighborhood park feel. And number 3 is much more of a traditional town center sort of focal point, gazebo, pavilion, community festivals, etc.
Do you know what number 3 is an actual image of?
It's called South Lake Town Center
That's what I
in
thought.
Texas.
My hometown.
Oh, she's like, it looks familiar. The middle is in Cleveland and the top one is in Columbus. Sorry, there's a lot of Ohio references in here today, but. I think we had 21 or 22 last time, so pretty close. 23. There could be. What's your suggestion for 2.5? Okay. Yeah. Okay. I think there are people in 2. It was a really hot day and they're all under the shade structure. All right. Any thoughts, comments on number 3? Not as strong as the last one, but still certainly the highest. Reasons why?
So for me, it was actually between 1 and 3. As long as 2 didn't win, I'm fine with it. But no, so 3 to me did have like a community feel. It felt like a gathering place. I like that aspect of it. I'm not sure why 1 kind of stuck out to me, probably because I do have a kid, and so just seeing the fountains kind of spoke to me. But I guess what spoke to me there was it does look like a relaxing place where you can be in the grass while, you know, your kids are playing or whatever it happens to be. So I think that's what drew me to number 1.
All right.
On number 3, oh sorry,
Oh,
on the one before, I was just
I
gonna
can
say,
go
I
back.
like how the retail circles the green space. It kind of pushes everything inward and you can grab food, come back to the park, this kind of back and forth. It feels like there's a lot of movement.
Mm-hmm. There's
That's-
also what I can only assume is a civic building at the far end of that park.
It's the courthouse, and
Yeah.
they started building this in the late 90s, and it's been built out in a lot of phases. There's also a hotel that's not pictured in here that's behind that courthouse. It's a really sprawling area, but this central area faces one of the main thoroughfares, kind of like Hamden, and it is always packed with people. They did a really good job with it for what it's worth.
All right, so architecture. These are a little more clear, I think, but number 1 obviously is more brick, more traditional type of architecture. This is a fairly new building that's sort of, I think, hearkening back well to historic architecture. Number 2 would be very modern, very forward-looking, 21st century. Number 3 is a little bit of an in-between, right? So contemporary use of brick, but not necessarily echoing historic historic building forms, yes. Historic ornamentation, no. Was that the best way to describe that? You. Is there an open-ended answer on there? I don't think there is. but noted. Any thoughts, comments? This does, I will say, kind of go along with the previous 2. I'm seeing a trend. but any thoughts?
I want to say I chose the first one, but it doesn't quite, it looks like a kind of a modern take on something old, which is better than the alternatives, I guess. But I'm thinking like my preference would be something that's more classical kind of architecture, colonnades and pillars, and that's kind of where I would go with an old area like this too.
Okay. All right. Last one, maybe a little more esoteric, but sort of district identity branding. Chelsea and I were chatting about this earlier. So number one is a little bit more classic, I'd say, kind of classic font, brick or, signage sort of integrated into these and maybe empty retail spaces. Number two gets to kind of that mid-century neon theater drive-in vibe. Number three is just don't respond as much to the exact signage, but something like contemporary, funky, colorful, like kind of really recognizable. Doesn't mean it's orange and fanned, but it just funky. Sidebar: Liberty Station is very cool. If you haven't been there and you're in San Diego, you should go see it. There's a great food hall. It's an old naval barracks that they've converted into shops, restaurants, housing. Any thoughts, comments on this one? No? You want a fourth option?
I feel like, I feel like this would be a great one for Englewood, where we do have a little bit of a funkier, like keep Austin weird vibe. And I don't know if any of these really talk to that. There's no frogs here.
The third one could be, it's not the orange, right? The third option could be like the creative, edgy option, right? But I think maybe not very many of us liked that particular image.
This is a hard one. We wanted to ask the question just to get the temperature. It is a really hard one because it's hard not to respond to these exact images. Yeah, we know, you also have the placemaking and wayfinding plan that identifies already sets out some design for some of these elements. So certainly there's no reason to think that city center identity couldn't be referential to that, of course. So, all right, thanks.
To that last point, I want to respect the work that was done in that signage and wayfinding study, which I thought was good. And we can look at layering that into some of these materials and illustrations that we prepare moving forward with the two options. So, and then we had like 5, 6 options, but there was even a seventh option that Hugo, do you want to spend a moment and just throw out what you were saying, or do you not want to offer that to the group?
Yeah, no, I'm fine. And I think that
meant to say it earlier. I apologize.
Yeah, no problem. I think that I think it'd be really important for the area, again, is some type of catalyst. And again, whether it's repurposing this building to be a draw, whether it's putting in something that's basic like an ice rink that's a draw. I think that when we're working and putting this RFP out, I think instead of just seeing a plan that's apartment building, hotel, that's seeing something that's going to bring people to the area that will make it successful for the long term, I think would be important. I was shared by a local real estate owner, and this is not a plan that I am advocating for, but I'm advocating for the concept of a catalyst and a draw, was actually using the full LNR site. So the square that's not shown with any coloring and the square adjacent to it, and building it full. It's about 6 acres approximately, I believe. Building 6 acres full, which is roughly a 250,000 foot floor plate over 5 stories, which is 1.25 million square feet. the development is about a $500 million development that was a sports complex. The lower level is 1,300 parking spaces that could accomplish a lot of the parking needs for the whole area and do so subterranean. The area actually right where the hotel is shown in this plan in front of us, in that big building, would actually be a hotel. Right next to it could have office space with everything then that goes to the east being kind of this sports complex. The sports complex would draw Monday through Friday teams and people locally to kind of the gym and to practices, and so that it's bringing people and consistently used. On the weekends, it would be a draw, bringing people for competitions, tournaments. So there's 3 ice rinks, and so you could have 25 teams in town for a ice hockey tournament or other tournaments that utilize the hotel. You could accomplish office space here that could be part of the city space. And so you're creating a big mixed-use complex that's very dense, a lot of square footage, in an area of the plan that then allows the other part of the plan to have more open space, more pedestrian-friendly access by bringing a dense catalytic type of development and draw to the LNR site. I think that the plan that was presented to me was very pie in the sky, but I do think some concept of a development that brings people Monday through Sunday, daytime and nighttime, I think can help whatever's being done at City Center 3.0 to be successful for the long term. And I know that we're in a very active place where we live. There's a lot of sports teams and things happening here regularly, that this type of space is in high demand and there isn't enough in the city, especially ice. And that I think that it could bring a lot of groups together to utilize a space. It could bring a medical type of office user that could be a good ancillary resource to it. I think it plugs in really well with the hospitals that are a big draw to Englewood. I think it can employ a ton of people that can live and work and walk in the area. I think it can tie into the TOD of people being able to take the light rail to go there, or take, if they're in town there, to take the light rail to go other places within the city, and really be something that could be supportive of everything being built, multifamily, retail, and could tie in the city hall and a hotel as well.
I don't know if anybody has any comments, and I just wanted to share that I think our perspective as kind of the consulting team on it is if there's a deal to be had between LNR and somebody like this, you're saying if there's a developer, I think that's a little bit outside, and the magnitude of this and how the economics of all that works is probably a little bit outside the scope of what we're dealing with here. But if you want to connect people, John, Jim, speak up, but I would think that's the path it goes, as opposed to throwing a third alternative into what we were going to. And I don't think you were suggesting that, but
I grew up playing hockey. I grew up in Colorado. I'm going to go watch the Avs game in 20 minutes when it starts. Those facilities that you're talking about, and we have a couple in Florida, my kids are both athletes, they're built near interstates where the land is, I guess, for lack of a better term, unimproved. And they drive incredible amounts of traffic at random times, and then everyone leaves and everyone goes again. It would be a fiasco for Hampton to put one here from a traffic perspective. I'm not saying you don't need one, but it's going to be outside of C470 where you have some land to build something like this, and then you will build your hotels around it. It's a big vision. It just needs a much bigger site than City Center. So
No, I thought it was interesting hearing somebody present it to me specifically for Englewood and the 6 acres that you guys owned, coincidentally. I think that it is maybe a little grandiose in what was presented, but I think that the base concept, something that's maybe smaller and more tangible, creating a mixed use facility that can be utilized 7 days a week, I think is important to have a redevelopment here that's successful, and we don't have a room full of people 20 years from now talking about redeveloping it again.
if you build the right park, that's a 365-day use. And so it'll have utility every single day. when the winter, maybe you do bring on an ice rink and you'll have the space for it if it's large enough. So I still think that would be your focal point for that 365-day. Where do people collide? Where does that happen?
I'm happy to share this pie in the sky plan with everyone so they can see the images and the work that was put behind it, just to kind of get an idea of what a catalytic type of thing might look like, so that when we're thinking about what could go into our city center that could draw traffic and people, that maybe someone could take that and come up with a great idea from it.
Well, thanks for sharing that. If it has any legs, I'll let you two take it forward from here. But I do appreciate it, and I do understand what you're saying about kind of a bigger vision catalytic approach to this. So with that, we are at our time, or close to our time. I wanted to ask, and I had some closing comments, but I didn't know if anybody else had any closing comments they want to make amongst the group, or just all are burned out and tired and want to get the heck out of here. So,
Well, I was going to say no closing comments for me. Just want to thank everybody for all the time, the time on a Saturday, for coming here. I appreciate everyone from DIG. So Bill, Ryan, Laurel, thank you very much for facilitating and for running the meeting. Everyone from the DDA, Mark, Troy, Lizzie, thank you for your time. And especially LNR. After today, I realized that we probably should have had conversations leading up to this. Hopefully that we don't make this mistake moving forward. I want to continue the conversations as we move along through this process. But Jim and John, thank you very much for making time, and just everyone from City Council as well and DDA. So thank you.
all right. Well, I'll just wrap up by saying thank you to city officials and elected officials. I am always amazed how much time, your personal time, you give up to make our cities better, to make our communities better. It was just 3 weeks ago you were giving up a whole nother Saturday then, and you probably got more of these scheduled, and the late nights and everything you put into it in terms of council sessions and committees and all of that. So thank you for all you do there. EDDA members as well. I mean, you're going above and beyond. Thank you for all your contributions and time and to make Englewood a great city. And I would say too that it's interesting. I think I started this by saying if there was one thing that was very clear was that there was a need for more communication and more collaboration. And I think we made a big step today in terms of building just that sense of togetherness, the sense of everybody has skin in the game. Not everybody will get everything they want, but everybody realizes the collective common goal, and that together, we'll be successful. So I'm feeling that. I do a lot of these public meetings. You can tell ones where you're going to go, oh man, this is going to be, we're going to be here a long time, or this is never going to get through. I can really sense that there's a spirit of cooperation to move forward here in putting these these two alternative plans forward and coming up with a process and a pace that works for everybody. So,
Bill, to that point, can I also just acknowledge that these things don't go off successfully without incredible amounts of planning from staff. And so Dan really taking the lead, Brad, Nancy, Shelley, John, all of the community development staff that have done a great job. And of course, with your guidance and help with that, but just want to thank them. And they've been communicating with LNR for years now and all of the partners. So to continued success.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. And with that, may your favorite team win tomorrow. I don't know who it is, but may your favorite team wins. So, thank you all.